Part 3. The Destructive Labor Camps. Chapter 1. The Fingers of Aurora. Rosy-fingered Eos, so often mentioned in Homer and called Aurora by the Romans, caressed, too, with those fingers the first early morning of the archipelago. When our compatriots heard via the BBC that M. Mihailov claimed to have discovered that concentration camps had existed in our country as far back as 1921, many of us, and many in the West too, were astonished. That early, really, even in 1921? Of course not. Of course Mihailov was in error. In 1921, in fact, concentration camps were already in full flower, already even coming to an end. And how could it have been otherwise? Let us pause to ponder. Didn't Marx and Engels teach that the old bourgeois machinery of compulsion had to be broken up, and a new one created immediately in its place? And included in the machinery of compulsion were the army. We are not surprised that the Red Army was created at the beginning of 1918. The police, the militia was inaugurated even sooner than the army. The courts, from November 22nd, 1917, and the prisons. How, in establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat, could they delay with a new type of prison? That is to say that it was altogether impermissible to delay in the matter of prisons, whether old or new. In the first months after the October Revolution, Lenin was already demanding the most decisive draconic measures to tighten up discipline. And are draconic measures possible without prison? What new could the proletarian state contribute here? Lenin was feeling out new paths. In December 1917, he suggested for consideration the following assortment of punishments: confiscation of all property, confinement in prison, dispatch to the front and forced labor for all who disobeyed the existing law. Thus we can observe that the leading idea of the archipelago, forced labor, had been advanced in the first month after the October Revolution. And even while sitting peacefully among the fragrant hay mowings of Razliv and listening to the buzzing bumblebees, Lenin could not help but ponder the future penal system. Even then, he had worked things out and reassured us. The suppression of the minority of exploiters by the majority of the hired slaves of yesterday is a matter so comparatively easy, simple, and natural that it is going to cost much less in blood, will be much cheaper for humanity than the preceding suppression of the majority by the minority. According to the estimates of Emigre Professor of Statistics Kurganov, this comparatively easy internal repression cost us, from the beginning of the October Revolution up to 1959, a total of 66 million. 66 million lives. We, of course, cannot vouch for his figure, but we have none other that is official. And just as soon as the official figure is issued, the specialists can make the necessary critical comparisons. It is interesting to compare other figures. How large was the total staff of the central apparatus of the terrifying Tsarist Third Department, which runs like a strand through all the great Russian literature? At the time of its creation, it had 16 persons, and at its height it had 45. A ridiculously small number even for the remotest Cheka provincial headquarters in the country. Or how many political prisoners did the February Revolution find in the Tsarist prison of the peoples? All these figures do exist somewhere. In all probability there were more than 100 such prisoners in the Kresty prison alone, and several hundred returned from Siberian exile and hard labor, and how many more were languishing in the prison of every provincial capital. But it is interesting to know exactly how many. Here is a figure for Tambov, taken from the fiery local papers. The February Revolution, which opened wide doors of the Tambov prison, found their political prisoners in the number of 7 persons. And there were more than 40 provinces. It is superfluous to recall that from February to July 1917, there were no political arrests, and after July the number imprisoned could be counted on one's fingers. Here, however, was the trouble. The first Soviet government was a coalition government, and a portion of the People's Commissariats had to be allotted, like it or not, to the left SRs, including, unhappily, the People's Commissariat of Justice, which fell to them. Guided by rotten petty bourgeois concepts of freedom, this People's Commissariat of Justice brought the penal system to the verge of ruin. The sentences turned out to be too light, and they made hardly any use at all of the progressive principle of forced labor. In February 1918, the chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, Comrade Lenin, demanded that the number of places of imprisonment be increased and that the repression of criminals be intensified. And in May, already going over to concrete guidance, he gave instructions that the sentence for bribery must be not less than 10 years of prison and 10 years of forced labor in addition, i.e., a total of 20 years. This scale might seem pessimistic at first. Would forced labor really be necessary after 20 years? But we know that forced labor turned out to be a very long-lived measure, and that even after 50 years it would still be extremely popular. The reader has already read the term concentration camp, Konzlager, several times in the sentences of the tribunals and concluded, perhaps, that we were guilty of an error, of making careless use of terminology subsequently developed. No, this is not the case. In August 1918, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin wrote in a telegram to the Yevgenia Bosch and to the Penza Provincial Executive Committee, they were unable to cope with a peasant revolt, lock up all the doubtful ones. Not guilty, mind you, but doubtful. In a concentration camp outside the city, and in addition, carry out merciless mass terror. This was before the decree. Only on September 5, 1918, 10 days after this telegram, was the decree on the Red Terror published. In addition to the instructions on mass executions, it stated in particular, secure the Soviet Republic against its class enemies by isolating them in concentration camps. So that is where this term, concentration camps, was discovered and immediately seized upon and confirmed, one of the principal terms of the 20th century, and it was to have a big international future. And this is when it was born, in August and September 1918. The word itself had already been used during World War I, but in relation to POWs and undesirable foreigners. But here in 1918, it was for the first time applied to the citizens of one's own country. There is no one now to tell us about most of those first concentration camps, and only from the last testimony of those few surviving first concentration camp inmates can we glean and preserve a little bit. At that time, the authorities used to love to set up their concentration camps in former monasteries. They were enclosed by strong walls, had good solid buildings, and they were empty. After all, monks are not human beings and could be tossed out at will. Here is how they fed them in a camp in 1921. Half a pound of bread, plus another half-pound for those who fulfilled the norm, hot water for tea morning and evening, and during the day a ladle of gruel, with several dozen grains and some potato peelings in it. Camp life was embellished on the one hand by the denunciations of provocateurs, and arrests on the basis of denunciations, and on the other by dramatics and glee club. They gave concerts for the people of Ryazan in the hall of the former Noblemen's Assembly, and the deprivees' brass band played in the city park. The deprivees got better and better acquainted with and more friendly with the inhabitants, and this became intolerable. And at that point they began to send the so-called war prisoners to the northern special-purpose camps. The lesson of the instability and laxity in these concentration camps lay in their being surrounded by civilian life, and that was why the special northern camps were required. Concentration camps were abolished in 1922. This whole dawn of the camps deserves to have its spectrum examined much more closely, and glory to him who can, for all I have in my own hands is crumbs. At the end of the Civil War, the two labor armies created by Trotsky had to be dissolved because of the grumbling of the soldiers kept in them, and by this token, the role of the camps in the structure of the RSFSR not only did not diminish but intensified. By the end of 1920, in the RSFSR, there were 84 camps in 43 provinces. If one believes the official statistics, even though classified, 25,336 persons and, in addition, 24,400 prisoners of war of the Civil War were held in them at this time. Both figures, particularly the second, seem to be understated. However, if one takes into consideration that by unloading prisons, sinking barges, and other types of mass annihilation, the figure had often begun with 0 and been reduced to 0 over and over, then perhaps these figures are accurate. On the threshold of the Reconstruction period, meaning from 1927, the role of camps was growing. Now just what was one to think, now after all the victories, against the most dangerous hostile elements, wreckers, the kulaks, counter-revolutionary propaganda. And so it was that the archipelago was not about to disappear into the depths of the sea. The archipelago would live. End of Part 3, Chapter 1. Chapter 2. The archipelago rises from the sea. On the White Sea, where the nights are white for half a year at a time, Bolshoi-Solovetsky Island lifts its white churches from the water within the ring of its bouldered Kremlin walls, rusty red from the lichens which have struck root there, and the grayish-white Solovetsky seagulls hover continually over the Kremlin and screech. In all this brightness, it is as if there were no sin present. It is as if nature here had not yet matured to the point of sin, is how the writer Prishvin perceived the Solovetsky Islands. Without us, these isles rose from the sea. Without us, they acquired a couple of hundred lakes replete with fish. Without our help, they were settled by capercaillies, hares, and deer, while foxes, wolves, and other beasts of prey never ever appeared there. The glaciers came and went. The granite boulders littered the shores of the lakes. The lakes froze during the Solovetsky winter nights. The sea howled under the wind and was covered with an icy sludge and in places froze. The northern lights blazed across half the sky, and it grew bright once again and warm once again. And the fir trees grew and thickened, and the birds cackled and called, and the young deer trumpeted, and the planet circled through all world history, and kingdoms fell and rose, and here there were still no beasts of prey and no human being. Sometimes the men of Novgorod landed there, and they counted the islands as belonging to their Obonzeskaya Piatina. Karelians lived there too. 100 years after the Kulikovo field and 1,000 years before the GPU, the monks of Savati and German crossed the mother-of-pearl sea in a tiny boat and came to look on this island, without a beast of prey as sacred. The Solovetsky monastery began with them. Military thought it was impermissible for some sort of feckless monks just to live on just an island. The island was on the borders of the great empire, and, consequently, it was required to fight with the Swedes, the Danes, the English, and, consequently, it was required to build a fortress with walls 8 yards thick and raise up 8 towers on the walls, and to make narrow embrasures in them, and to provide for a vigilant watch from the cathedral bell tower. Prison thought, how glorious, good stone walls standing on a separate island. What a good place to confine important criminals, and with someone already there to provide guard. We won't interfere with their saving their souls, just guard our prisoners. Had Savati thought about that when he landed on the Holy Island? They imprisoned church heretics here and political heretics as well. But when power passed into the hands of the workers, what was to be done with these malevolent parasitical monks. They sent commissars, socially tried and true leaders, and they proclaimed the monastery a state farm, and ordered the monks to pray less and work harder for the benefit of the workers and the peasants. The monks worked, and their herring, which was astonishing in its flavor, and which they had been able to catch because of their special knowledge of where and when to cast nets, was shipped off to Moscow to be used for the Kremlin tables. However, the abundance of valuables concentrated in the monastery, especially in the sacristy, troubled some of the leaders and overseers who had arrived there. Instead of passing into the workers' hands, i.e., their own, these valuables lay there as a dead religious burden, and at that point contradicting to a certain degree of the criminal code, but corresponding in a very genuine way with the general spirit of expropriation of the property of non-workers, the monastery was set on fire on May 25, 1923. The buildings were damaged, and many valuables disappeared from the sacristy, and the principal thing, all inventory records burned up, and it was quite impossible to determine how much and exactly what had disappeared. But without even conducting an investigation, what is our revolutionary sense of justice, sense of smell, going to hint to us? Who, if not the black gang of monks themselves, could have been to blame for the arson of the monastery wealth? So throw them out onto the mainland, and concentrate all the northern special purpose camps on the Solovetsky Islands. The 80-year-old and even 100-year-old monks begged on their knees to be allowed to die on the holy soil, but they were all thrown out with proletarian ruthlessness except for the most necessary among them, the artels of fishermen, the cattle specialists on the Muxalma, Father Methodius, the cabbage salter, Father Sampson, the foundry specialist, yes, and other such useful fathers as well. They were allotted a corner of the Kremlin separate from the camp, with their own exit, the herring gates. They were christened a workers' commune, but out of condescension for their total stupefaction, they were left for their prayers on the Onofriev church at the cemetery. And that is how one of the favorite sayings constantly repeated by the prisoners came true. A holy place is never empty. The chimes of bells fell silent, the icon lamps and the candle stands fell dark, the liturgies and the vespers resounded no longer, psalms were no longer chanted around the clock, the iconostases were wrecked, though they left the one in the Cathedral of the Transfiguration. But on the other hand, courageous Chekists, in overcoats with super-long flaps which reached all the way down to the heels, and particularly distinct black Solovetsky cuffs and lapels, and black-edged service caps without stars, arrived there in June 1923 to set up a model camp, a model of severity, the pride of the workers and the peasants' republic. The magazine, The Solovetsky Islands, 1930, number 1, declared it was the dream of many prisoners to receive standard clothing. Only the children's colony was completely dressed, and the women, for example, were given neither underwear nor stockings nor even kerchiefs to cover their heads. They had grabbed the old biddy in a summer dress. She had just to go on wearing it the whole Arctic winter. Because of this, many prisoners remained in their company quarters in nothing but their underwear, and no one chased them out to work. Government-issue clothing was so precious that no one on Solovki found the following scene either astonishing or weird. In the middle of winter, a prisoner undressed and took his shoes off near the Kremlin, then carefully handed in his uniform and ran naked for 200 yards to another group of people, where he was given clothes to put on. This meant that he was being transferred from the Kremlin administration to the administration of the Filimonovo Branch Railroad, but if he had been transferred wearing clothes, those taking him over might not have returned the clothes or have cheated by switching them. And here is another winter scene. The same customs, though the reason is different. The medical section infirmary is to be found infectious, and orders are issued to scald it down and wash it out with boiling water. But where are the sick prisoners to be put in the meanwhile? All the Kremlin accommodations are overcrowded. The density of the population of the Solzhenitsyn archipelago is greater than that of Belgium. So what must it be like in the Solzhenitsyn Kremlin? And therefore all the sick prisoners are carried out on blankets and laid out on the snow for 3 hours. When they have washed out the infirmary, they haul the patients in again. Our newcomer knows nothing of the Second World War or of Buchenwald. What he sees is this. The squad leaders drive workers out with long clubs, with staves. He sees that sledges and carts are drawn not by horses but by men, several harnessed into one rig. And there is also another word, vridlo, an acronym meaning a temporary replacement for a horse. And from the other Solzhenitsyn inhabitants he learns things more awful than his eyes perceive. People pronounce the fatal word Sakirka to him. This means Sakirnaya Hill. Punishment cells were set up in the 2-story cathedral there, and here is how they kept the prisoners in the punishment cells. Poles the thickness of an arm were set from wall to wall, and prisoners were ordered to sit on these poles all day. At night they lay on the floor, one on top of another, because it was overcrowded. The height of the poles was set so that one's feet could not reach the ground, and it was not easy to keep balance. In fact, the prisoner spent the entire day just trying to maintain his perch. If he fell, the jailers jumped in and beat him, or else they took him outside to a flight of stairs consisting of 365 steep steps, from the cathedral to the lake, just as the monks had built it. They tied the person lengthwise to a balen, a beam, for the added weight, and rolled him down. And there wasn't even one landing, and the steps were so steep that the log with a human being on it would go all the way down without stopping. Well, after all, for Poles you didn't have to go to Sakirka. They were right there in the Kremlin punishment block, which was always overcrowded. Or they might put the prisoners on a sharp-edged boulder on which one could not stay long either. Or in summer, on the stump, which meant naked among the mosquitoes. But in that event one had to keep an eye on the culprit, whereas if he was bound naked to a tree, the mosquitoes would look after things themselves. And then they could put the whole companies out in the snow for disobedience. Or they might drive a person into the marsh muck up to his neck and keep him there. And then there was another way, to hitch up a horse in the empty shafts and fasten the culprit's legs to the shafts. Then the guard mounted the horse and kept on driving the horse through a forest cut until the groans and cries from behind simply came to an end. So all the scares were just a joke. But a shout comes in broad daylight in the Kremlin yard where prisoners are crowded as thick as on Nevsky Prospect. "Make way! Make way!" And 3 foppish young men with the faces of junkies. The lead man drives back the crowd of prisoners not with a club but with a riding crop. Drag along swiftly by the shoulders of a prisoner with limp arms and legs dressed only in his underwear. His face is horrible, flowing like liquid. They drag him off beneath the bell tower. They squeeze him through that little door and shoot him in the back of the head. Steep stairs lead down inside, and he tumbles down them, and they can pile up as many as 7 or 8 men in there, and then send men to drag out the corpses and detail women, mothers and wives of men who have emigrated to Constantinople and religious believers who refuse to recant their faith, and to allow their children to be torn from it, to wash down the steps. But why like this? Couldn't they have done it at night, quietly? But why do it quietly? In that case, a bullet would be wasted. In the daytime crowd, the bullet had an educational function. It, so to speak, struck down 10 with one shot. They shot them in a different way, too, right at the Onufriev Cemetery behind the women's barracks, the former guest house for women pilgrims. And in fact, that road past the women's barracks was christened Execution Road. In winter, one could see a man being led barefoot along it, in only his underwear through the snow. No, it was not for torture. It was just so his footgear and clothes should not go to waste. His hands bound behind his back with wire, and the condemned man would bear himself proudly and erectly, and with his lips alone, without the help of his hands, smoke the last cigarette of his life. In the 30s, a new camp era began, when Solovki even ceased to be Solovki, and became a mere run-of-the-mill corrective labor camp. And the black star of the ideologist that this new era, Naftali Frenkel, rose in the heavens while his formula became the supreme law of Archipelago. We have to squeeze everything out of a prisoner in the first 3 months. After that, we don't need him anymore. The Golgotha Crucifixion Monastery on Anzur was a penalty worksite, where they cured patients by murdering them. There in the Golgotha churches, prisoners lay dying from lack of food and from cruelty, enfeebled priests next to syphilitics, and aged invalids next to young thieves. At the request of the dying, and in order to ease his own problem, the Golgotha doctor gave terminal cases strychnine. And in the winter the bearded corpses in their underwear were kept in the church for a long time. Then they were put in the vestibule, stacked standing up since that way they took up less space, and when they carried them out, they gave them a shovel and let them roll on down Golgotha Hill. They say that in December 1928, on Krasnaya Gorka in Karelia, the prisoners were left to spend the night in the woods as punishment for failure to fulfill the assigned norm of work, and 150 men froze to death there. This was a standard Solovetsky trick. Hard to doubt the story. And so, imperceptibly, via work parties, the former concept of the special purpose camp, totally isolated on its islands, dissolved, and the archipelago, born and come to maturity on Solovki, began its malignant advance through the nation. A problem arose. The territory of this country had to be spread out in front of the archipelago, but without allowing the archipelago to conquer it, to distract it, to take it over or assimilate it to itself. Every little island and every little hillcock of the archipelago had to be encircled by a hostile, stormy Soviet seascape. It was permissible for 2 worlds to interlock in separate strata, but not to intermingle. Now, with the spread of the archipelago, escapees multiplied. There was the hopelessness of the logging and road-building work parties, yet at the same time there was a whole continent beneath the feet of the escapees. So there was hope in spite of it all. But how could they escape from Solovki? For half a year the sea was frozen over, but not solidly, and in places there was open water, and the snowstorms raged, and the frost bit hard, and things were enveloped in mists and darkness. And in the spring, and for a large part of the summer, there were long white nights with clear visibility over long distances for the patrolling cutters. And it was only when the nights began to lengthen, in the late summer and autumn, that the time was right. Not for prisoners in the Kremlin, of course, but for those who were out in work parties, where a prisoner might have freedom of movement and time to build a boat or even a raft near the shore, and to cast off at night, even just riding off on a log for that matter, and strike out at random, hoping above all to encounter a foreign ship. The bustle among the guards and the embarkation of the cutters would reveal to the islanders the fact of an escape, and there would be a tremor of rejoicing among the prisoners, as if they themselves were escaping. They would ask in a whisper, "Had he been caught yet? Had he been found yet?" Many must have drowned without ever getting anywhere. One or another of them reached the Karelian shore, perhaps, and if he did, was more silent than the grave. And there was a famous escape from Kem to England. This particular daredevil, his name is unknown to us, that's the breadth of our horizon, knew English and concealed it. He managed to get assigned to loading timber in Kem, and he told his story to the Englishmen. The convoy discovered he was missing and delayed the ship for nearly a whole week, and searched it several times without finding the fugitive. What happened was that whenever a search party started from the shore, they lowered him overboard on the opposite side on the anchor chain, where he clung under water with a breathing pipe held in his teeth. An enormous fine had to be paid for delaying the ship, so they finally decided to take a chance and let the ship go, thinking that perhaps the prisoner had drowned. Then a book came out in England, even it would seem, in more than one printing, evidently An Island Hell by S.A. Malsagoff. This book astounded Europe, and no doubt they accused its fugitive author of exaggerating, for, after all, The friends of the New Society could not permit themselves to believe this slanderous volume, because it contradicted what was already well known. The newspaper Rodafan had described Solovki as a paradise, and we hope that the paper's correspondent spent time in the archipelago later on. And it also contradicted those albums about Solovki disseminated by Soviet diplomatic missions in Europe, fine quality paper and true-to-life photographs of the cozy monks' cells. Slander or not, the breach had been a misfortune, and so a commission of V.T. Sick, under the chairman of the conscience of the party, Comrade Saltz, was sent off to find out what was going on there on those Solovetsky Islands, for of course they didn't have the least idea. But in fact, the commission merely rode along the Murmansk Railroad, and they didn't do much of anything even there. And they thought it right to send to the islands, no, implore to go there, none less than the great proletarian writer Maxim Gorky, who had recently returned to live in the proletarian fatherland. His testimony would be the very best refutation of that repulsive foreign forgery. The rumor reached Solovki before Gorky himself, and the prisoners' hearts beat faster than the guards hustled and bustled. One has to know prisoners in order to imagine their anticipation. The falcon, the stormy petrel, was about to swoop down upon the nest of injustice, violence, and secrecy. The leading Russian writer, he will give them hell. He will show them. He, the father, will defend. They awaited Gorky almost like a universal amnesty. The chiefs were alarmed, too. As best they could, they hid the monstrosities and polished things up for show. Transports of prisoners were sent from the Kremlin to distant work parties so that fewer would remain there. Many patients were discharged from the medical section, and the whole thing was cleaned up, and they set up a boulevard of fir trees without roots, which were simply pushed down into the ground. They only had to last a few days before withering. It led the children's colony, opened just 3 months previously in the pride of USLON, where everyone had clothes and there were no socially hostile children, and where, of course, Gorky would be very interested in seeing how juveniles were being re-educated and saved for a future life under socialism. Only in Kem was there an oversight. On Popov Island, the ship Gleb Boki was being loaded by prisoners in underwear and sacks, when Gorky's retinue appeared out of nowhere to embark on that steamer. You inventors and thinkers, here is a worthy problem for you, given that, as the saying goes, every wise man has enough of the fool in him. A barren island, not one bush, no possible cover, and right there at a distance of 300 yards, Gorky's retinue has showed up. Your solution? Where can this disgraceful spectacle, these men dressed in sacks, be hidden? The entire journey of the great humanist will have been for naught if he sees them now. Well, of course, he will try hard not to notice them, but help him. Drown them in the sea, they will wallow and flounder. Bury them in the earth, there's no time. No, only a worthy son of the archipelago could find a way out of this one. The work assigner ordered, "Stop work, close ranks, sit closer, sit down on the ground, sit still." And a tarpaulin was thrown over them. Anyone who moves will be shot. And the former stevedore Maxim Gorky ascended the ship's ladder and admired the landscape from the steamer for a full hour till sailing time. And he didn't notice. That was June 20th, 1929. The famous writer disembarked from the steamer in Prosperity Gulf. Surrounded by the commanding officer corps of the GPU, Gorky marched with long, swift strides through the corridors of several barracks. The room doors were all wide, but he entered hardly any. In the medical section, doctors and nurses in clean robes formed up for him in 2 rows, but he didn't even look around and went on out. From there, the Chekists of USLON fearlessly took him to Sakirka. And what was there to see there? It turned out that there was no overcrowding in the punishment cells, and, the main point, no Poles. None at all. Thieves sat on benches. There was already a multitude of thieves in Solovki, and they were all reading newspapers. None of them was so bold as to get up and complain, but they did think up one trick. They held the newspapers upside down. And Gorky went up to one of them in silence and turned the newspaper right side up. He had noticed it. He had understood. He would not abandon them. He would defend them. They went to the children's colony. How decent everything was there. Each was on a separate cot with a mattress. They all crowded around in a group, and all of them were happy. And all of a sudden a 14-year-old boy said, "Listen here, Gorky. Everything you see here is false. Do you want to know the truth? Shall I tell you?" "Yes," nodded the writer. Yes, he wanted to know the truth. "Oh, you bad boy, why do you want to spoil the just recently arranged prosperity of the literary patriarch? A palace in Moscow, and a state outside Moscow." And so everyone was ordered to leave, and the boy spent an hour and a half telling the whole story to the lanky old man. Gorky left the barracks, streaming in tears. He was given a carriage to go to dinner at the villa of the camp chief, and the boys rushed back into the barracks. "Did you tell him about the mosquito treatment?" "Yes." "Did you tell him about the pole torture?" "Yes." "Did you tell him about the prisoners hitched up instead of horses?" "Yes." "And how they rolled them down the stairs? And about the sacks? And about being made to spend all night in the snow?" And it turned out that the truth-loving boy had told all. But we don't even know his name. On June 22nd, in other words, after his chat with the boy, Gorky left the following inscription in the visitor's book, which had been specially made for this visit. "I am not in a state of mind to express my impressions in just a few words. I wouldn't want, yes, and I would likewise be ashamed, to permit myself banal praise of the remarkable energy of people who, while remaining vigilant and tireless sentinels of the revolution, are able, at the same time, to be remarkably bold creators of culture." On June 23rd, Gorky left Solovki. Hardly had his steamer pulled away from the pier than they shot the boy. Oh, great interpreter of the human heart, great connoisseur of human beings, how could he have failed to take the boy along with him? And that is how faith in justice was instilled in the new generation. They try to tell us up there on the summit that the chief of literature made excuses, that he didn't want to publish the praise of USLON. But how can that be, Alexei Maximovich, with a bourgeois Europe looking on, but right now, right at this very moment, which is so dangerous and so complicated, and the camp regimen there? We'll change it. We'll change the camp regimen. And he did publish his statement, and it was republished over and over in the big free press, both our own and that of the West, claiming it was nonsense to frighten people with Solovki, and that the prisoners lived remarkably well there and were being well reformed. End of Part 3, Chapter 2. Part 3, Chapter 3. The Archipelago Metastasizes. Well, the archipelago did not develop on its own, but side by side with the whole country. As long as there was unemployment in the nation, there was no feverish demand for prisoner manpower, and arrest took place not as a means of mobilizing labor, but as a means of sweeping clean the road. But when the concept arose of stirring up the whole 180 million with an enormous mixing paddle, when the plan for super-industrialization was rejected in favor of the plan for super-industrialization, when the liquidation of the kulaks was already foreseen, along with the massive public works of the first 5-year plan, on the eve of the year of the great fracture, the view of the archipelago and everything in the archipelago changed too. On March 26, 1928, the Council of the People's Commissars conducted a review of the status of penal policy in the nation and of conditions in the places of imprisonment. In regard to penal policy, it was admitted that it was inadequate, and it was decreed that harsh measures of repression should be applied to class enemies and hostile class elements, that the camp regimen should be made more severe, and that socially unstable elements should not be given terms at all. And in addition, Forced labor should be set up in such a way that the prisoner should not earn anything from his work, but that the state should derive economic profit from it, and to consider it necessary from now on to expand the capacity of labor colonies. In other words, putting it simply, it was proposed that more camps be prepared in anticipation of the abundant arrests planned. Throughout the nation, unemployment was abolished, and the economic rationale for expansion of the camps appeared. Back in 1923, no more than 3,000 persons had been imprisoned on Solovki, and by 1930 there were already about 50,000, yes, and another 30,000 in Kem. In 1928, the Solovetsky cancer began to creep outward, first through Karelia on road-building projects and in logging for export. Just as willingly, SLON began to sell its engineers. They went off without convoy to work in any northern locality, and their wages were credited to the camp. By 1929, SLON campsites had already appeared at all points on the Murmansk Railroad from Lodinoy Pole to Tybola. From there, the movement continued along the Volgograd Railroad, and so active was it that at Zvankas station it proved necessary to open up an SLON transport control center. By 1930, Sverlag had already grown strong in Lodinoy Pole and stood on its own legs, and in Kotlas-Kotlag had already been formed. In 1931, Belbatlag had been born, with its center in Medvezhegorsk, which was destined over the next 2 years to bring glory to the archipelago for eternity and on 5 continents. And the malignant cells kept on creeping and creeping. They were blocked on one side by the sea and on the other by the Finnish border, but there was nothing to hinder the founding of a camp near Kresnaya Vishera in 1929, and the main thing was that all the paths to the east through Russian north lay open and unobstructed. Very soon the Soroka-Kotlas road was reaching out. Creeping on to the northern Dvina River, the camp cells formed Savdinlag. Crossing it, they fearlessly marched on the Urals. By 1931, the Northern Urals Department of SLON was founded, which soon gave rise to the independent Solikamlag and Sevrulag. The Berezinski camp began the construction of a big chemical combine, which in its time was much publicized. In the summer of 1929, an expedition of unconvoyed prisoners was sent to the Chibu River from Solovki, under the leadership of the geologist M.V. Rachinsky, in order to prospect for petroleum, which had been discovered there as far back as the 80s of the 19th century. The expedition was successful, and a camp was set up on the Uktleg. But it, too, did not stand on its own spot, but quickly metastasized to the northeast, annexed the Pechora, and was transformed into Uktpektleg. Soon afterward it had its Ukta, Inta, Pechora, and Vorkuta sections, all of them the bases of great independent future camps. The opening up of so expansive a roadless northern region as this required the building of a railroad. From Kotlas via Knaz Pagast and Ropcha to Vorkuta. This called forth the need for 2 more independent camps, which were railroad-building camps, Svez Sel Dorlag on the sector from Kotlas to Pechora River, and Petrolag, not to be confused with industrial Uktpektlag, and on the sector from Pechora River to Vorkuta. And thus the depths of the tundra and the taiga rose hundreds of new medium-sized and small islands, and on the march, in battle order, a new system of organization of the archipelago was created. Camp administrations, camp divisions, camps, OLPs, separate camps, KOLPs, commandments camps, GOLPs, head camps, camped sectors, and these were the same as work parties and work sub-parties. And in the administrations there were departments, and in the divisions there were sections. 1. Production. 2. Records and classification. 3. Security operations. Again the third. And so all the northern portion of the archipelago sprang from Solovki, and not from there alone. In response to the Great Appeal, corrective labor camps, ITLs, and corrective labor colonies, ITKs, burst out in a rash throughout our whole great country. Every province acquired its own ITLs and ITKs. Millions of miles of barbed wire ran on and on, the strands crisscrossing one another and interweaving, their barbs twinkling gaily along railroads, highways, and around outskirts of cities, and the peaked roofs of ugly camp watchtowers became the most dependable landmarks in our landscape. And it was only by a surprising concatenation of circumstances that they were not seen in either the canvases of our artists or in scenes in our films. As had been happening from the Civil War on, monastery buildings were intensively mobilized for camp needs, were ideally adapted for isolation for their very locations. The Boris and Gleb Monastery in Torzhok was put to use as a transit camp, still there today, while the Valde Monastery was put to use for a colony of juveniles, across the lake from the future country house of Zadnov. Nilova Hermitage on Stobny Island in Lake Siliger became a camp. Sarovskaya Hermitage was used for the nest of Patma camps, and there is no end to this enumeration. Camps arose in the Donbas, on the upper, middle, and lower Volga, in the central and southern Urals, in Transcaucasia, in central Kazakhstan, in Central Asia, in Siberia, and in the Far East. It is officially reported that in 1932 the area devoted to agricultural corrective labor colonies in the Russia Republic alone was 625 acres, and in the Ukrainian Republic 138,000. Estimating the average colony at 2,500 acres, we learn at this time, without counting the other Soviet republics, there were already more than 300 such Savkhozy alone. In other words, the lowest grade from the most privileged form of camp. A stubborn legend persists in the archipelago to the effect that the camps were thought up by Frenkel. It seems to me that this fanciful idea, both unpatriotic and even insulting to the authorities, is quite sufficiently refuted by the preceding chapters. Even with the meager means at our disposal, we succeeded, I hope, in showing the birth of the camps for repression and labor back in 1918. Without any Frenkel whatsoever, they arrived at the conclusion that prisoners must not waste their time in moral contemplation. The purpose of Soviet corrective labor policy is not at all individual correction in its traditional meaning, but labor at the same time must be given very severe, almost unbearable work norms to achieve. Long before Frenkel, they already used to say, correction through labor, and as far back as Eichmann's, they already understood this to mean destruction through labor. Nonetheless, Frenkel really did become the nerve of the archipelago. He was one of those successful men of action whom history hungrily awaits and summons to itself. It would seem that there had been camps even before Frenkel, but they had not taken on that final and unified form which savors of perfection. Every genuine prophet arrives when he is most acutely needed. Frenkel arrived in the archipelago just at the beginning of the metastases. Naftali Aronovich Frenkel, a Turkish Jew, was born in Constantinople. He graduated from the Commercial Institute there and took up the timber trade. He founded a firm in Mariupol and soon became a millionaire, the timber king of the Black Sea. He had his own steamers and even published his own newspaper in Mariupol called The Kopek, whose function was to slander and persecute its competitors. During World War I, Frenkel conducted some speculative arms deals through Gallipoli. In 1916, sensing the pending storm in Russia, he transferred his capital to Turkey even before the February Revolution, and in 1917 he himself went to Constantinople in pursuit of it. And he could have gone on living the sweetly exciting life of a merchant, and he would have known no bitter grief and would not have turned into a legend, but some fateful force beckoned him to the Red Power. The rumor is unverified that in those years in Constantinople he became the resident Soviet intelligence agent. perhaps for ideological reasons, for it is otherwise difficult to see why he needed it. But it is a fact that in the NEP years he came to the USSR, and here, on secret instructions from the GPU, created, as if in his own name, a black market for the purchase of valuables and gold in return for Soviet paper rubles. Business operators and manipulators remembered him very well indeed from the old days. They trusted him, and the gold flowed into the coffers of the GPU. The purchasing operation came to an end, and, in gratitude, the GPU arrested him. Every wise man has enough of the simpleton in him. However, inexhaustible and holding no grudges, Frenkel, while still in the Lubyanka or on the way to Solovki, sent some sort of declaration to the top. Finding himself in a trap, he evidently decided to make a business analysis of this life too. He was brought to Solovki in 1927, but was immediately separated from the prisoner transport, settled into a stone booth outside the bounds of the monastery itself, provided with an orderly to look after him, and permitted free movement about the island. We have already recalled that he became chief of the economic section, the privilege of a free man, and expressed his famous thesis about using up the prisoner in the first 3 months. In 1928 he was already in Chem. There he created a profitable auxiliary enterprise. He brought to Chem the leather which had been accumulated by the monks for decades and had been lying uselessly in the monastery warehouses. He recruited furriers and shoemakers from among the prisoners and supplied fashionable high-quality footwear and leather goods directly to a special shop on Kuznetsky Most in Moscow. One day in 1929, an airplane flew from Moscow to get Frenkel and brought him to an appointment with Stalin. The best friend of prisoners, and the best friend of the Chekists, talked interestedly with Frenkel for 3 hours. The stenographic report of this conversation will never become public. There simply was none. But it is clear that Frenkel unfolded before the father of the people's dazzling prospects for constructing socialism through the use of prison labor. Much of the geography of the archipelago being described in the aftermath by my obedient pen, he sketched in bold strokes on the map of the Soviet Union to the accompaniment of the puffing of his interlocutor's pipe. It was Frenkel in person, and in this very conversation, who proposed renouncing the reactionary system of equality in feeding prisoners and who outlined a unified system of redistribution of the meager food supplies for the whole archipelago, a scale for bread rations and a scale for hot food rations, which was adapted by him from the Eskimos, a fish on a pole held out in front of the running dog team. In addition, he proposed time-off sentence and released ahead of term as rewards for good work. But in this respect he was hardly original, for in 1890, in Sakhalin hard labor, Chekhov discovered both the one and the other. In all probability the first experimental field was set up here too, the great Belomorskroy, the White Sea-Baltic Canal construction project, to which the enterprising foreign exchange and gold speculator would soon be appointed, not as chief of the construction, nor as chief of a camp either, but to the post especially dreamed up for him of works chief, the chief overseer of the labor battle. And here he is himself. It is evident from his face how he brimmed with a vicious human-hating animus. In his book on the Belomor Canal, the White Sea-Baltic Canal, wishing to laud Frenkel, one Soviet writer would soon describe him thus: in the eyes of an interrogator and a prosecutor, the lips of a skeptic and a satirist, a man with enormous love of power and pride, for whom the main thing is unlimited power. If it is necessary for him to be feared, then let him be feared. He spoke harshly to the engineers, attempting to humiliate them. This last phrase seems to us a keystone to both the character and biography of Frenkel. By the start of Belomorskroy, Frenkel had been freed. The whole long history of the archipelago, about which it has fallen to me to write this homegrown, homemade book, has, in the course of half a century, found in the Soviet Union almost no expression whatever in the printed word. In this, a role was played by that same unfortunate happenstance by which camp watchtowers never got into scenes in films nor into landscapes painted by our artists. But this was not true of the White Sea-Baltic Canal, nor of the Moscow-Volga Canal. There is a book about each at our disposal, and we can write this chapter at least on the basis of documentary and responsible source material. In diligently researched studies, before making use of a particular source, it is considered proper to characterize it. We shall do so. Here before us lies the volume, in format almost equal to the Holy Gospels, with the portrait of the demigod engraved in bas relief on the cardboard covers. The book, entitled The White Sea-Baltic Stalin Canal, which was issued by the State Publishing House in 1934 and dedicated by the authors to the 17th Congress of the Soviet Communist Party, and it was evidently published for the Congress. It is an extension of the Gorky project of Histories of Factories and Plants. Its editors were Maxim Gorky, Ida Leonidovna Averbach, and S.G. Firin. This last name is little known in literary circles, and we shall explain why. Semyon Firin, notwithstanding his youth, was deputy chief of Gulag. Nobody was more famous in Soviet literature at that time than Leopold Leodonovich Averbach, brother of Ida Leonidovna. He was the director of the magazine On Literary Guard. He played a prominent role among those in charge of clubbing writers, and he was also Sverdlov's nephew. That charming Sverdlov family somehow remained in the shadows of revolutionary history, thanks to the early death of Yakov, who managed, however, to take an active part in the executions, including that of the Tsar and his family. Here we have his amiable nephews. There was also his son, Andrew, quite a remarkable prosecutor and hangman, whose hobby was to pretend that he was a prisoner in order to denounce his fellow inmates. Sverdlov's wife, Claudia Novgorodtseva, kept at home a fortune in diamonds and brilliants, the so-called party fund, a product of Bolshevik robberies during the Revolution. The Politburo gang had put aside this reserve in case they lost power and had to flee the government buildings in a hurry. The history of the above-mentioned book is as follows. On August 17, 1933, an outing of 120 writers took place aboard a steamer on the just complete canal D.P. Vitovsky. A prisoner, who was a construction superintendent on the canal, witnessed the way these people in white suits crowded on the deck during the steamer's passage through the locks, summoned prisoners from the area of the locks, where by this time they were more operational workers than construction workers, and in presence of the canal chiefs, asked a prisoner whether he loved his canal and his work, and did he think that he managed to reform here, and did the chiefs take enough interest in the welfare of the prisoners? There were many questions, all in this general vein, and all asked from the shipboard to the shore in the presence of the chiefs and only while the steamer was passing through the locks. And after this outing, 84 of these writers, somehow or other, managed, nonetheless, to worm their way out of participating in Gorky's collective work, though perhaps they wrote their own admiring verses and essays, and the remaining 36 constituted an author's collective. By virtue of intensive work in the fall and winter of 1933, they created this unique book. This book was published to last for all eternity, so that future generations would read it and be astounded. But by a fateful coincidence, most of the leaders depicted in its photographs and glorified in its text were exposed as enemies of the people within 2 or 3 years. Naturally, all copies of the book were thereupon removed from the libraries and destroyed. Private owners also destroyed it in 1937, not wishing to earn themselves a term for owning it. And that is why very few copies have remained intact to the present, and there is no hope that it may be reissued, and therefore all the heavier is the obligation to my fellow countrymen I feel on my shoulders not to permit the principal ideas and facts described in this book to perish. Their general enthusiasm for the camp way of life led the authors of the collective work to this panegyric. No matter what corner of the Soviet Union fate should take us, even it be the most remote wilderness and backwoods, the imprint of order, of precision, and of conscientiousness marks each OGPU organization. And what OGPU organization exists in the Russian backwoods? Only the camps. The camp as a torch of progress. That is the level of this historical source of ours. The editor-in-chief has something to say about this himself. Addressing the last rally of Belomorskoye officials on August 25, 1933, in the city of Dmitrov, they had already moved over the Moscow-Volga Canal project, Gorky said, "Ever since 1928, I have watched how the GPU re-educates people." And what this means is that even before his visit to Solovki, even before that boy was shot, ever since, in fact, he first returned to the Soviet Union, he had been watching them. And by then, hardly able to restrain his tears, he addressed the Chekists present. "You devils in woolen overcoats, you yourselves don't know what you have done." And the author's note, the Chekists there merely smiled. They knew what they had done. And Gorky noted the extraordinary modesty of the Chekists in the book itself. This dislike of theirs for publicity was truly a touching trait. The collective authors do not simply keep silent about the deaths on the Belomor Canal during construction. They do not follow the cowardly recipe of half-truths. Instead, they write directly that no one died during construction. Probably they calculated it this way: 100,000 started the canal, and 100,000 finished. And that meant they were all alive. They simply forgot about the prisoner transports devoured by the construction in the course of 2 fierce winters. But this is already on the level of the cosine of the cheating engineering profession. The authors see nothing more inspiring than this camp labor. They find in forced labor one of the highest forms of blazing, conscientious creativity. Here is the theoretical basis of re-education. Criminals are the result of the repulsive conditions of former times. And our country is beautiful, powerful, and generous. It needs to be beautified. In their opinion, all those driven to work on the canal would never have found their paths in life if the employers had not assigned them to unite the White Sea with the Baltic. Because, after all, human raw material is immeasurably more difficult to work than wood. What language, what profundity! Who said that? Gorky said it in his book, disputing the verbal trumpery of humanism, and Zoshenko, with profound insight, wrote, "Reforging, this is not the desire to serve out one's term and be freed," so such suspicions did exist, but is in actual fact a restructuring of the consciousness and the pride of a builder. What a student of man! Did you ever push a canal wheelbarrow, and on a penalty ration, too? We were in such a rush that train loads of Zeks kept on arriving and arriving at the canal site before there were any barracks there, or supplies, or tools, or a precise plan. And what was to be done? And our authors rave. In the jolly tone of inveterate merrymakers, they tell us, women came in silk dresses and were handed a wheelbarrow on the spot. Almost choking with laughter, they tell us, from the Krasnovodsk camps in Central Asia, from Stalinabad, from Samarkand, they brought the Turkmenians and the Tajiks in their Bukhara robes and turbans, here to the Karelian sub-zero winter cold. Now that was something the Basmaki rebels never expected. The norm here was to break up 2.5 cubic yards of granite and move it to a distance of 100 yards in a wheelbarrow. And the snow kept falling and covering everything up, and the wheelbarrows somersaulted off the gangways into the snow. The basic transportation at the Belomorskoye consisted of grabarki, dray carts with boxes mounted on them for carrying earth, as we learn from the book. And in addition, there were also Belomor Fords, and here's what they were: heavy wooden platforms placed on 4 wooden logs, rollers, and 2 horses dragged this Ford along and carried stones away on it. And a wheelbarrow was handled by a team of 2 men. On slopes it was caught and pulled upward by a hookman, a worker using a hook. And how were these trees to be felled if there were neither saws nor axes? Our inventiveness could find the answer to that one. Ropes were tied around the trees, and they were rocked back and forth by brigades pulling in different directions. They rocked the trees out. Our inventiveness can solve any problem at all. And why? Because the canal was being built on the initiative and instructions of Comrade Stalin. The very grandeur of this construction project consisted in the fact that it was carried out with contemporary technology and equipment, and without any supplies from the nation as a whole. These are not the tempos of noxious European-American capitalism. These are socialist tempos, the authors brag. No, it would be unjust, most unjust, unfair, to compare this most savage construction project of the 20th century, this continental canal built with wheelbarrow and pick, with the Egyptian pyramids. After all, the pyramids were built with the contemporary technology, and we used the technology of 40 centuries earlier. And meanwhile, it is incessantly dinned into our ears. The canal is being built on the initiative and orders of Comrade Stalin. The radio in the barracks, on the canal site, by the stream, in a Karelian hut, on a truck, the radio which sleeps neither day nor night, just imagine it. Those innumerable black mouths, those black masks without eyes, imagery, cry out incessantly, what do the Chekists of the whole country think about the canal project? What does the party have to say about it? And you, too, better think the same. You, too, better think the same. Nature we will teach, and freedom we will reach. Hail socialist competition and the shock worker movement. Competition between work brigades. Competition between phalanxes, from 250 to 300 persons. Competition between labor collectives. Competition between locks. And then finally, Volkrovsky, the militarized camp guards, entered into the competition with Zeks, and the obligation of the Volkrovsky to guard you better. But the main reliance was, of course, on the socially friendly elements, in other words, the thieves. These concepts have already merged at the canal. Deeply touched, Gorky shouted to them from the rostrum, "After all, any capitalist steals more than all of you combined." The thieves roared with approval, flattered. The food norm was not provided. It was cold in the barracks, there was an infestation of lice, and people were ill. Never mind, we'll manage. An atmosphere of constant battle alert was created. All of a sudden, a night of storm assault was proclaimed. It was decided to double the work norms. So a universal day of records is proclaimed. A blow against temple interrupters. Bonus perzoki are distributed to a brigade. Why such haggard faces? The longed-for moment, but no gladness. In January came the storm of the watershed. All phalanxes, with their kitchens and property, were to be thrown into one single sector. There were not enough tents for everyone. They slept out on the snow. Never mind, we'll manage. In April, there was an incessant 48-hour storm assault. Hurrah! 30,000 people did not sleep. And by May 1st, 1933, People's Commissar Yagoda reported to his beloved teacher that the canal had been completed on time. D.P. Vitovsky, a Solovetsky Islands veteran, who worked on the White Sea Canal as a work supervisor and saved the lives of many prisoners with that very same tukta, the falsification of work reports, draws a picture of the evenings. At the end of the workday, there were corpses left on the work site. The snow powdered their faces. One of them was hunched over beneath an overturned wheelbarrow. He had hidden his hands in his sleeves and frozen to death in that position. Someone had frozen his head bent down between his knees. Two were frozen back to back, leaning against each other. They were peasant lads and the best workers one could possibly imagine. They were sent to the canal in tens of thousands at a time, and the authorities tried to work things out so no one got to the same sub-camp as his father. They tried to break up families. And right off, they gave them norms of shingle and boulders that you'd be unable to fulfill even in the summer. No one was able to teach them anything, to warn them, and in their village simplicity they gave all their strength to their work and weakened very swiftly and then froze to death, embracing in pairs. At night, the sledges went out and collected them. The drivers threw the corpses onto the sledges with a dull clunk. In the summer, bones remained from corpses which had not been removed in time, and together with the shingle they got into the concrete mixer. And in this way they got into the concrete of the last lock at the city of Belomorsk and will be preserved there forever. The Belomorskroy newspaper choked with enthusiasm in describing how many Canal Army men, who had been aesthetically carried away by their great task, had in their own free time, and obviously without any payment in bread, decorated the canal banks with stones simply for the sake of beauty. Yes, and it was quite right for them to set forth on the banks of the canal the names of the 6 principal lieutenants of Stalin and Yagoda, the chief overseers of Belomor, 6 hired murderers, each of whom accounted for 30,000 lives: Firin, Berman, Frankel, Kogan, Rappaport, Zuk. In 1966, I spent 8 hours by the canal. During this time, there was one self-propelled barge which passed from the Povinets to Soroka, and one, identical in type, which passed from Soroka to Povinets. Their numbers were different, and it was only by their numbers that I could tell them apart and be sure it was not the same one as before on its way back, because they were loaded altogether identically, with the very same pine logs which had been lying exposed for a long time and were useless for anything except firewood. And cancelling the one load against the other, we get 0, and 250,000 corpses to be remembered. End of Part 3, Chapter 3. Part 3, Chapter 4. The Archipelago Hardens. And the clock of history was striking. In 1933, at the January session of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, the great leader, who at the time was already computing the number of 2-legged beings who had yet to be exterminated in the country, declared that the dying off of the state, so firmly promised by Lenin and fervently expected by humanists, would not come about through weakening the state, but on the contrary through strengthening it to the utmost, which was necessary in order to kill off the moribund classes. This was so unexpectedly brilliant that it was not given to every little mind to grasp it, but Vyshinsky, ever the loyal apprentice, immediately picked it up, and this means the maximum strengthening of corrective labor institutions, entry into socialism via the maximum strengthening of prison, and this was not some satirical magazine cracking a joke either, but was paid for by the Prosecutor General of the Soviet Union. And an iron curtain descended around the archipelago. No one other than the officers and sergeants of the NKVD could enter and leave via the camp gatehouse. That harmonious order of things was established which the Czechs themselves would soon come to consider the only conceivable one. And that is when the wolf's fangs were bared, and that is when the bottomless pit of the archipelago gaped wide. I'll shoe you in tin cans, but you're going out to work. If there aren't enough railroad ties, I'll make one out of you. They say that in February to March 1938, a secret instruction was circulated in the NKVD. Reduce the number of prisoners. And not by releasing them, of course. I do not see anything in the least impossible here. This was a logical instruction because there was simply not enough housing, clothing, or food. Gulag was grinding to a halt from exhaustion. And this was when the pellagra victims lay down and died en masse. This was when the chiefs of convoy began to test the accuracy of machine gun fire by shooting at the stumbling Czechs. And this was when every morning the orderlies hauled the corpses to the gatehouse, stacking them there. In the Kolyma, that pole of cold and cruelty in the archipelago, that very same about-face took place with a sharpness worthy of a pole. According to the recollections of Ivan Semyonovich Karpunik-Bravin, former commander of the 40th Division and of the 12th Corps, who recently died with his notes incomplete and scattered, a most dreadfully cruel system of food, work, and punishment was established in the Kolyma. The prisoners were so famished that at a Zaracy spring they ate the corpse of a dead horse which had been lying dead for more than a week, and which it not only stank but covered with flies and maggots. At Whitney goldfields the Czechs ate half a barrel of lubricating grease, brought there to grease the wheelbarrows. At Mygla they ate Iceland moss like the deer, and when the passes were shut off by snowdrifts, they used to issue 3.5 ounces of bread a day at the distant goldfields, without ever making up for previous deficiencies. Multitudes of goners, unable to walk by themselves, were dragged to work on sledges by other goners, who had not yet become quite so weak. Those who lagged behind were beaten with clubs and torn by dogs. Working in 50 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit, they were forbidden to build fires and warm themselves. The beginning of the war shook the archipelago chieftains. The course of the war at the very start was such that it might likely have led to the breakdown of the entire archipelago, and perhaps even to the employers having to answer to the workers. As far as one judge from the impressions of the Zeks from various camps, the course of events gave rise to 2 different kinds of conduct among the bosses. Some of them, those who were either more reasonable or perhaps more cowardly, relaxed their regime and began to talk with the prisoners almost gently, particularly during weeks of military defeats. They were unable, of course, to improve the food or the maintenance. Others who were more stubborn and more vicious began, on the contrary, to be even stricter and more threatening with the 58s, as if to promise them death before liberation. And in some camps, sensing intuitively the direction of future policy, they began to isolate the 58s from the non-political offenders in compounds guarded with a particular strictness, put machine guns up on the watchtowers, and even spoke thus to the Zeks who had formed up. "You are hostages!" From the first days of the war, everywhere in the archipelago, on opening the packages of mobilization instructions, they halted all releases of 58s. There were even cases of released prisoners being sent back to camp while on their way home. In Ukhta on June 23rd, a group released was already outside the perimeter waiting for a train when the convoy chased them back and even cursed them. "It's because of you the war began." Karpunik received his release papers on the morning of June 23rd, but had not yet succeeded in getting through the gatehouse when they coaxed them out of him by fraud. "Show them to us." He showed them and was kept in camp for another 5 years. This was considered to mean until special orders. When the war had already come to an end, in many camps they were forbidden even to go to the classification and records section and ask when they would be freed. The point was that after the war there were not enough people for a while, and many local administrations, even if Moscow allowed them to release prisoners, issued their own special orders so as to hold onto manpower. Here's what the wartime camp was. More work and less food and less heat and worse clothes and ferocious discipline and more severe punishment. And that still wasn't all. For the 58s, the wartime camps were particularly unbearable because of their pasting on second terms, which hung over the prisoners' heads worse than any axe. The security officers, busily engaged in saving themselves from the front, discovered in well-set-up backwaters and backwoods, in logging expeditions, plots involving the participation of the world bourgeoisie, plans for armed revolts and mass escapes. Such are the forms into which the islands of the archipelago hardened. But one not need think that as it hardened it ceased to exude more metastases from itself. In 1939, before the Finnish War, Gulag's alma mater, Solovki, which had come too close to the west, was moved via the northern sea route to the mouth of the Yenisei River and there merged into the already created Norlag, which soon reached 75,000 in size. So malignant was Solovki that even in dying it threw off one last metastasis. And what a metastasis! The archipelago's conquest of the unpeopled deserts of Kazakhstan belongs to the pre-war years. That was where the nest of Karaganda camps swelled like an octopus, and fertile metastases were propagated in Zhezkazgan with its poisoned cuprous water, in Mointy and in Balkhash, and camps spread out over the north of Kazakhstan also. New growths swelled in Novosibirsk province, the Marinsk camps, in the Krasnoyarsk region, the Kansk camps and Krasleg, in Khakassia, in Buryat Mongolia, in Uzbekistan, even in Gornaya Shoraya. Nor did the Russian North, so beloved by the archipelago, end its own growth. End of Part 3, Chapter 4. Part 3, Chapter 5. What the Archipelago Stands On. The camps are not merely the dark side of our post-revolutionary life, but very nearly the very liver of events. Just as every point is formed by the intersection of at least two lines, every event is formed by the intersection of at least two necessities. And so, although on one hand our economic requirements led us to the system of camps, this by itself might have led us to labor armies, but it intersected with the theoretical justification for the camps, fortunately already formulated. And so they met and grew together, and that is how the archipelago was born. The economic need manifested itself, as always, openly and greedily, for the state which had decided to strengthen itself in a very short period of time and which did not require anything from outside. The need was manpower. A. Cheap in the extreme, and better still, for free. B. Undemanding, capable of being shifted about from place to place any day of the week, free of family ties, not requiring either established housing or schools or hospitals, or even, for a certain length of time, kitchens and baths. It was possible to obtain such manpower only by swallowing up one's own sons. The theoretical justification could not have been formulated with such conviction in the haste of those years had it not had its beginnings in the past century. Engels discovered that the human being had arisen not through the perception of a moral idea, and not through the process of thought, but out of happenstance and meaningless work. An ape picked up a stone, and with this everything began. Marx, concerning himself with a less remote time, Critique of the Gotha Program, declared with equal conviction that the one and only means of correcting offenders, true, he referred here to criminals, he never even conceived that his pupils might consider politicals offenders, was not solitary contemplation, not moral soul-searching, not repentance, and not languishing, for all that was superstructure, but productive labor. He himself had never in his life taken a pick in hand. To the end of his days he never pushed a wheelbarrow, mined coal, felled timber, and we don't even know how his firewood was split. But he wrote that down on paper, and that paper did not resist. And for his followers everything now fell into place. To compel a prisoner to labor every day, sometimes 14 hours at a time, as at the Kolyma mine faces, was humane and would lead to his correction. On the contrary, to limit his confinement to a prison cell, courtyard, and vegetable garden, to give him the chance to read books, write, think, and argue during these years, meant to treat him like cattle. This is from that same Critique of the Gotha Program. True, in the heated times immediately following the October Revolution, they paid little heed to these subtleties, and it seemed even more humane simply to shoot them. Oh, what an intelligent, far-sighted, humane administration from top to bottom, as Supreme Court Judge Leibowitz of New York State wrote in Life magazine, after having visited Gulag. In serving out his term of punishment, the prisoner retains a feeling of dignity. That is what he comprehended and saw. And oh, you well-fed, devil-may-care, near-sighted, irresponsible foreigners with your notebooks and your ballpoint pens, beginning with those correspondents who backed them in chem and asked the Zeks questions in the presence of the camp chiefs. How much you have harmed us in your vain passion to shine with understanding in areas where you did not grasp a lousy thing. Human dignity, of persons condemned without trial, who are made to sit down beside Stolypin cars at stations with their rear ends in the mud, who, at the whistle of the citizen jailer's lash, scrape up with their hands the urine-soaked earth and carry it away, so as to not be sentenced to the punishment block, of those educated women who, as a great honor, had been found worthy of laundering the linen of the citizen chief of the camp and feeding his privately owned pigs, and who, at his first drunken gesture, have to make themselves available so as to not perish on general work the next day? Serfs. This comparison occurred to many when they had the time to think about it, and not accidentally either. Not just individual features, but the whole central meaning of their existence was identical for serfdom and the archipelago. There were many forms of social organization for the forced and pitiless exploitation of the unpaid labor of millions of slaves. But there are some who will object that nonetheless there are really not so many similarities between serfs and prisoners. There are more differences. And we agree with that. But what is surprising is that all the differences are to the credit of serfdom. All the differences are to the discredit of the Gulag Archipelago. The serfs did not work longer than from sunrise to sunset. The zeks started work in darkness and ended in darkness. And they didn't always end either. For the serfs, Sundays were sacred, and the 12 sacred Orthodox holidays as well, and local saints' days, and a certain number of the 12 days of Christmas. They went on in mummers' costumes. The prison was fearful on the eve of every Sunday. He didn't know whether they would get it off, and he never got holidays at all. Those 1sts of May and those 7ths of November involved more miseries, with searches and special regimen, than the holidays were worth. And a certain number were put into punishment blocks every year precisely on those very days. For the serfs, Christmas and Easter were genuine holidays, and as for a body search, either after work or in the morning or at night, the serfs knew not of these. The serfs lived in permanent huts, regarding them as their own, and when at night they lay down on top of their stoves or on their sleeping platform between ceiling and stove, or else on a bench, they knew, this is my own place, I have slept here forever and ever, and I always will. The prisoner did not know what barracks he would be in on the morrow, and even when he returned from work he could not be certain that he would sleep in that place that night. He did not have his own sleeping shelf or own multiple bunk. He went wherever they drove him. Old Russia, which experienced Asiatic slavery for 7 whole centuries, did not, for the most part, know famine. In Russia, no one has ever died of starvation, said the proverb. And a proverb is not made up out of lies and nonsense. The serfs were slaves, but they had full bellies. The archipelago lived for decades in the grip of cruel famine. The zeks would scuffle over a herring tail from the garbage pail. For Christmas and Easter, even the thinnest serf peasant broke his fast with fat bacon. But even the best worker in camp could get fat bacon only in parcels from home. The serfs lived in families. The sale or exchange of a serf away from his family was a universally recognized and proclaimed barbarism. Popular Russian literature waxed indignant over this. Hundreds of serfs, perhaps thousands, but this is unlikely, were torn from their families, but not millions. The zek was separated from his family on the first day of his arrest, and, in 50% of all cases, forever. If a son was arrested with his father, as we heard from Vitovsky, or a wife together with her husband, the greatest care was taken to see that they did not meet at the same camp. And if by some chance they did meet, they were separated as quickly as possible. Similarly, every time a man and a woman zek came together in camp for fleeting or real love, they hastened to penalize them with the punishment cell, to separate them and send them away from one another. There was a famous incantation repeated over and over again. In the new social structure, there can be no place for discipline of the stick, on which serfdom was based, nor the discipline of starvation on which capitalism is based. And there you are. The archipelago managed miraculously to combine the one and the other. All in all, the particular techniques required for this totaled 3. 1. The differentiated ration pot. 2. The brigade. And 3. 2 sets of bosses. We have already explained about the differentiated ration pot. This was a redistribution of bread and cereals aimed at making our zek beat his head against the wall and break his back for the average prisoner's ration, which in parasitical societies is issued to an inactive prisoner. to fix it so that our Zek could get his own lawful ration, only an extra dollops of 3.5 ounces, and by being considered a shock worker. Percentages of output above 100 conferred the right to supplementary spoonfuls of kasha, those previously taken away. What a merciless knowledge of human nature! Neither those pieces of bread nor those cereal patties were comparable with the expenditure of strength that went into earning them, but as one of his eternal disastrous traits, the human being is incapable of grasping the ratio of an object to its price. For a cheap glass of vodka, a soldier is roused to attack in a war not his own and lays down his life. In the same way, the Zek, for those paupers' handouts, slips off a log, gets dunked in the icy freshet of a northern river, or needs clay for huts barefoot in icy water, and because of this, those feet are never going to reach the land of freedom. Also, the brigade was invented. Slave driving the prisoners with club and ration, the brigadier has to cope with the brigade in the absence of the higher-ups, the supervisors, and the convoy. Shalamov cites examples in which the whole membership of the brigade died several times over in the course of one gold-washing season on the Kolyma, but the brigadier remained the same. And 2 sets of bosses were also convenient, in just the same way that pliers need both a right and left jaw. 2 bosses, these were the hammer and the anvil, and they hammered out of the Zek what the state required, and when he broke, they brushed him into the garbage bin. 2 bosses, this was 2 tormentors instead of 1, in shifts too, and placed in a situation of competition to see who could squeeze more out of the prisoner and give him less. Just as always in our well-thought-out social system, 2 different plans collided head-on here too. The production plan, whose objective was to have the lowest possible expenditures for wages, and the NVD plan, whose objective was to extract the largest possible earnings from camp production. To an observer on the sidelines, it seems strange. Why set one's own plans in conflict with one another? Oh, but there is a profound meaning in it. Conflicting plans flatten the human being. This is a principle which far transcends the barbed wire of the archipelago. End of Part 3, Chapter 5. Part 3, Chapter 6. They've brought the fascists. The fascists, as a nickname for the 58s, political prisoners, was introduced by the sharp-eyed thieves and very much approved by the chiefs. This chapter tells of Zeks arriving at camps in 1945, shortly after the Japanese surrender. End of Part 3, Chapter 6. Part 3, Chapter 7. The Ways of Life and Customs of the Natives. To describe the native life in all its outward monotony would seem to be both very easy and very readily attainable. Yet it is very difficult at the same time. As with every different way of life, one has to describe the round of living from one morning until the next, from one winter to the next, from birth, arrival at one's camp, until death, and simultaneously describe everything about all the many islands and islets that exist. No one is capable of encompassing all this, of course, and it would merely be a bore to read whole volumes. And the life of the natives consists of work, of starvation, cold, and cunning. This work, for those who are unable to push others out of the way and set themselves up in a soft spot, is that self-same general work which raises socialism up out of the earth and drives us down into the earth. One cannot enumerate nor cover all the different aspects of this work, nor wrap your tongue about them. To push a wheelbarrow, oh, the machine of the OSO, 2 handles and 1 wheel so. To carry hand barrows, to unload bricks bare-handed, the skin quickly wears off the fingers, to haul bricks on one's own body by goat in a shoulder barrow, to break up stone and coal in quarry and mine, to dig clay and sand, to hack out 8 cubic yards of gold-bearing ore with a pick and haul them to the screening apparatus, Yes, and just to dig in the earth, just to chew up earth, flinty soil and in winter, to cut coal underground, and there are ores there too, lead and copper. Yes, and one can also pulverize copper ore, a sweet taste in the mouth, and one waters at the nose. One can impregnate ties with creosote, and one's whole body at the same time, too. One can carve out tunnels for railroads, and build roadbeds. One can dig peat in the bog, up to one's waist in the mud. One can smelt ores. One can cast metal. One can cut hay on hummocks in swampy meadows, sinking up to one's ankles in water. One can be a stableman or a drayman. Yes, and steal oats from the horse's bag for one's own pot. But the horse is government issue. The old grass bag, and she'll last it out, most likely, but you can drop dead. Yes, and generally at the Salkozy, the agricultural camps, you can do every kind of peasant work, and there's no better work than that. You'll grab something from the ground for yourself. But the father of all is our Russian forest with its genuinely golden tree trunks. Gold is mined from them. And the oldest of all the kinds of work in the archipelago is logging. It summons everyone to itself and has room for everyone, and it is not even out of bounds for cripples. They will send out a 3-man gang of armless men to stamp down the 1.5 feet of snow. Snow comes up to your chest. You are a lumberjack. First you yourself stamp it down next to the tree trunk. You cut down the tree. Then, hardly able to make your way through the snow, you cut off all the branches and have to feel them out in the snow and get to them with your axe. Still dragging your way through the same loose snow, you have to carry off all the branches and make piles of them and burn them. They smoke, they don't burn. And now you have to saw up the wood to size and stack it. And the work norm for you and your brother for the day is 6.5 cubic yards each, or 13 cubic yards for 2 young men working together. In Burpulum, the norm was 9 cubic yards, but the thick pieces also had to be split into blocks. By then your arms would not be capable of lifting an axe, nor your feet of moving. During the war years, on war rations, the camp inmates called 3 weeks at logging dry execution. You come to hate this forest, this beauty of the earth, whose praises have been sung in verse and prose. You come to walk beneath the arches of pine and birch with a shudder of revulsion. For decades in the future, you only have to shut your eyes to see those same fir and aspen trunks which you have hauled on your back to the freight car, sinking into the snow and falling down and hanging onto them tight, afraid to let go lest you prove unable to lift them out of the snowy mash. Work at hard labor in the Tsarist Russia was limited for decades by the normative statutes of 1869, which were actually issued for free persons. In assigning work, the physical strength of the worker and the degree to which he was accustomed to it were taken into consideration. Can one nowadays really believe this? The workday was set at 7 hours in winter and at 12.5 hours in summer. As for Dostoevsky's hard labor in Omsk, it is clear that in general they simply loafed about, as any reader can establish. The work there was agreeable and went with a swing, and the prison administration there even dressed them up in white linen jackets and trousers. After work, the hard labor convicts of the House of the Dead used to spend a long time strolling about the prison courtyard. That means that they were not totally fagged out. Indeed, the Tsarist censor did not want to pass the manuscript of the House of the Dead, for fear that the easiness of life depicted by Dostoevsky would fail to deter people from crime. And so Dostoevsky added new pages for the censor, which was demonstrated that life in hard labor was nonetheless hard. In our camps, only the trustees went strolling around on Sunday, yes, and even they hesitated too. And Shamalov remarks with respect to the notes of Maria Volkonskaya that the Decemberist prisoners in Nerchinsk had a norm of 118 pounds of ore to mine and load each day. 118 pounds. One could lift that all at once. whereas Shalamov on the Kolyma had a work norm per day of 28,800 pounds. And Shalamov writes that in addition to their summer workday was sometimes 16 hours long. I don't know how it was with 16, but for many it was 13 hours long, on earth-moving work in Karlag and at the northern logging operations. And these were hours on the job itself, over and above the 3 miles walk to the forest and 3 back. And anyway, why should we argue about the length of the day? After all, the work norm was senior in rank to the length of the workday, and when the brigade didn't fill the norm, the only thing that was changed at the end of the shift was the convoy, and the work sloggers were left in the woods by the light of the searchlights until midnight, so that they got back to camp just before morning in time to eat their dinner along with their breakfast and go out into the woods again. There is no one to tell about it either. They all died. And then here's another way they raised the norms and proved it was possible to fulfill them. In cold lower than 60 degrees below zero, workdays were written off. In other words, on such days the records show that the workers had not gone out to work, but they chased them out anyway, and whatever they squeezed out of them on those days was added to other days, thereby raising the percentages. And the servile medical section wrote off those who froze to death on such cold days on some other basis. And the ones who were left who could no longer walk and were straining every sinew to crawl along on all fours on the way back to camp, the convoy simply shot, so that they wouldn't escape before they could come back to get them. And how did they feed them in return? They poured water into a pot, and the best one might expect was that they would drop unscrubbed small potatoes into it, but otherwise black cabbage, beet tops, all kinds of trash. Or else vetch or bran, they didn't begrudge these, and wherever there was a water shortage, as there was at the Samarka camp near Karaganda, only 1 bowl of gruel was cooked a day, and they also gave out a ration of 2 cups of turbid salty water. Everything any good was always and without fail stolen for the chiefs, for the trustees, and for the thieves. The cooks were all terrorized, and it was only by submissiveness that they kept their jobs. Certain amounts of fat and meat sub-products, in other words, not real food, were signed out from the warehouses, as were fish, peas, and cereals. But not much of that ever found its way into the mouth of the pot. The worse the food, the more of it they gave to the Zeks. They used to give them horse meat from exhausted horses driven to death at work, and even though it was quite impossible to chew it, it was a feast. It was impossible to try to keep nourished on Gulag norms anyone who worked out in the bitter cold for 13 or even 10 hours, and it was completely impossible once the basic ration had been plundered. And how were our natives dressed and shod? All archipelagos are like all archipelagos. The blue ocean rolls about them, coconut palms grow on them, and the administration of the islands does not assume the expense of clothing the natives. They go about barefoot and almost naked. But as for our cursed archipelago, it would have been quite impossible to picture it beneath the hot sun. It was eternally covered with snow, and the blizzards eternally raged over it. And in addition to everything else, it was necessary to clothe and to shoe all that horde of 10 to 15 million prisoners. Fortunately, born outside the bounds of the archipelago, the Zeks arrived here not altogether naked. They wore what they came in, more accurately, what the socially friendly elements might leave of it. Except that as a brand of the archipelago, a piece had to be torn off, just as they clipped one's ear of the ram. But alas, the clothing of freemen is not eternal, and footgear can be in shreds in a week from the stumps and hummocks of the archipelago. And therefore it is necessary to clothe the natives, even though they have nothing with which to pay for the clothing. Some day the Russian stage will yet see this sight, and the Russian cinema scene, the pea jackets of one color and their sleeves another, or so many patches on the pea jacket that its original cloth is totally invisible, or a flaming pea jacket, with tatters on it like tongues of flame, or patches on breeches made from the wrappings of someone's food parcel from home. and for a long while to come one can still read the address written on the corner with an indelible pencil, and on their feet the tried and true Russian lapti, bast sandals, except that they had no decent onichi, footcloths, to go with them, or else they might have a piece of old automobile tire tied right on the bare foot with a wire, an electric cord. Grief has its own inventiveness. And then, in addition, bronze-gray camp faces will appear on the screen, eyes oozing with tears, red eyelids, white cracked lips covered with sores, skew-bald, unshaven bristles on the faces. In winter, a summer cap with ear flaps sewn on. I recognize you. It is you, the inhabitants of my archipelago. But no matter how many hours there are in the working day, sooner or later sloggers will return to the barracks. Their barracks? Sometimes it is a dugout, dug into the ground, and in the north more often, a tent. True, with earth banked and reinforced, hit or miss with boards. Often there are kerosene lamps in place of electricity, but sometimes there are the ancient Russian splinter lamps, or else cotton wool wicks. It is by this pitiful light that we will survive this ruined world. Sleeping shelves in 2 stories, sleeping shelves in 3 stories, or as a sign of luxury, vakanki, multiple bunks. The boards most often bare and nothing at all on them. Some of the work parties they steal so thoroughly, and then sell the spoils through the free employees, that nothing government issue is given out and no one keeps anything of his own in the barracks. They take both their mess tins and their mugs to work with them, and even tote the bags containing their belongings, and thus laden they dig it in the earth. Those who have them put their blankets around their necks, a film scene, or else lug their things to a trusty friend in a guarded barracks. During the day, the barracks are as empty as if uninhabited. At night, they might turn over their wet work clothes to be dried in the dryer, if there is a dryer. But undressed like that, you are going to freeze on the bare boards. And so they dry their clothes on themselves. At night, their caps may freeze to the wall of the tent, or in a woman's case, her hair. They even hide their bast sandals under their heads so they won't be stolen off their feet. In the middle of the barracks there is an oil drum with holes in it which has been converted into a stove, and it is good when it gets red hot. Then the steamy odor of drying footcloths permeates the entire barracks. But it sometimes happens that the wet firewood in it doesn't burn. Some of the barracks are so infested with insects that even 4 days' fumigation with the burning sulfur doesn't help. And when in the summer the Zeks go out to sleep on the ground in the camp compound, the bedbugs crawl after them and find them even there. And the Zeks boil the lice off their underwear in their mess tins after dining from them. All this became possible in the 20th century, and comparison here with the prison chroniclers of past century is to no avail. They didn't write of anything like this. Philosophers, psychologists, medical men, and writers could have observed in our camps, and nowhere else, in detail and on large scale, the special process of the narrowing of the intellectual and spiritual horizons of a human being, the reduction of the human being to an animal, and the process of dying alive. But the psychologists who got into our camps were, for the most part, not up to observing. They themselves had fallen into that very same stream that was dissolving the personality into feces and ash. Just as nothing that contains life can exist without getting rid of its wastes, so the archipelago could not keep swirling about without precipitating to the bottom its principal form of waste, the last-leggers. And everything built by the archipelago had been squeezed out of the muscles of the last-leggers, before they became last-leggers. And those who survived, who reproached the last-leggers with being themselves to blame, must take upon themselves the disgrace of their own preserved lives. And among the surviving, the orthodox communists now write me lofty protests. How base are the thoughts and feelings of the heroes of your story, One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich? Where are their anguished cogitations about the course of history? Everything is about bread, rations, and gruel, and yet there are sufferings much more unbearable than hunger. Oh, so there are, indeed, much more unbearable sufferings, the sufferings of orthodox thought. You in your medical sections and your storerooms, you never knew hunger there, orthodox loyalist gentlemen. It has been known for centuries that hunger rules the world, and all your progressive doctrine is, incidentally, built on hunger, on the thesis that hungry people will inevitably revolt against the well-fed. Hunger rules every hungry human being, unless he has himself consciously decided to die. Hunger, which forces an honest person to reach out and steal. When the belly rumbles, conscience flees. Hunger, which compels the most unselfish person to look with envy into someone else's bowl, and to try painfully to estimate what weight of ration his neighbor is receiving. Hunger, which darkens the brain and refuses to allow it to be distracted by anything else at all, or to think about anything else at all, or to speak about anything else at all except food, food, and food. Hunger from which it is impossible to escape even in dreams. Dreams are about food, and insomnia is over food, and soon just insomnia. Hunger, after which one cannot even eat up. The man has by then turned into a one-way pipe, and everything emerges from him in exactly the same state in which it was swallowed. And this, too, the Russian cinema screen must see. How the last-leggers, jealously watching their competitors out of the corners of their eyes, stand duty at the kitchen porch, waiting for them to bring out the slops in the dishwater. How they throw themselves on it, and fight with one another, seeking a fish head, a bone, vegetable parings, and how one last-legger dies, killed in that scrimmage. And how immediately afterward they wash off this waste and boil it and eat it. And their inquisitive cameramen can continue with their shooting and show us how, in 1947 in Dalinka, Bessarabian peasant women who had been brought in from freedom hurled themselves with that very same intent on slops which the last-leggers had already checked over. The screen will show bags of bones which are still joined together lying under blankets at the hospital, dying almost without movement, and then being carried out. And on the whole, how simply a human being dies. He was speaking, and then he fell silent. He was walking along the road, and he fell down. Shudder, and it's over. How the fat-faced, socially friendly work-assigner jerks a Zek by the legs to get him out of the line-up, and he turns out to be dead, and the corpse falls on its head on the floor. Croaked, the scum! And he gaily gives him a kick for good measure. At those camps during the war there was no doctor's aid, not even an orderly. As a result, there were no sick, and anyone pretended to be sick was taken out to the woods in his comrade's arms, and they also took a board and rope along so they could drag the corpse back more easily. At work they laid the sick person down next to the bonfire, and it was to the interest of both the Zelks and the convoy to have him die the sooner. What the screen cannot catch will be described to us in slow, meticulous prose, which will distinguish between the nuances of the various paths to death, which are sometimes called scurvy, sometimes pellagra, sometimes alimentary dystrophy. For instance, if there is blood on your bread after you have taken a bite, that is scurvy. From then on, your teeth will begin to fall out, your gums rot, ulcers appear on your legs, your flesh will begin to fall off in whole chunks, and you will begin to smell like a corpse. Your bloated legs collapse. They refuse to take such cases into the hospital, and they crawl on all fours around the camp compound. But if your face grows dark, and your skin begins to peel, and your entire organism is racked by diarrhea, this is pellagra. It is necessary to halt the diarrhea somehow, so they take 3 spoons of chalk a day. And they say that in this case, if you can get and eat a lot of herring, the food will begin to hold. But where are you going to get herring? The man grows weaker, and the bigger he is, the faster it goes. He has already become so weak that he cannot climb to the top bunks. He cannot step across a log in his path. He has to lift his leg with 2 hands, or else crawl on all fours. The diarrhea takes out of a man both strength and all interest. In other people, in life, in himself. He grows deaf and stupid, and he loses all capacity to weep, even when he is being dragged along the ground behind a sledge. He is no longer afraid of death. He is wrapped in a submissive, rosy glow. He has crossed all boundaries and has forgotten the name of his wife, of his children, and finally his own name too. Sometimes the entire body of a man dying of starvation is covered with blue-black pimples like peas, with pus-filled head smaller than a pinhead, his face, arms, legs, his trunk, even his scrotum. It is so painful he cannot be touched. The tiny boils come to a head and burst, and a thick worm-like string of pus is forced out of them. The man is rotting alive. If black, astonished head lice are crawling on the face of your neighbor on the bunks, it is a sure sign of death. Fie! What naturalism! Why keep talking about all that? And that is what they usually say today, those who did not themselves suffer, who were themselves the executioners, or who have washed their hands of it, or who put on an innocent expression. Why remember all that? Why rake over old wounds? Their wounds. In our glorious fatherland, which was capable for more than 100 years of not publishing the work of Chadaev because of his reactionary views, you see, you are not likely to surprise anyone with the fact that the most important and boldest books are never read by contemporaries, never exercise an influence on popular thought in good time. And thus it is that I am writing this book solely from a sense of obligation, because too many stories and recollections have accumulated in my hands that I cannot allow them to perish. I do not expect to see it in print anywhere with my own eyes, and I have little hope that those who manage to drag their bones out of the archipelago will ever read it. And I do not at all believe that it will explain the truth of our history in time for anything to be corrected. But there is one form of early release that no blue cap can take away from the prisoner. This release is death. And this is the most basic, the steadiest form of archipelago output there is, with no norms. From the fall of 1938 to February 1939, at one of the Oostvim camps, 385 out of 550 prisoners died. Certain work brigades died off totally, including the brigadiers. In the autumn of 1941, Peckerleg, the railroad camp, had a listed population of 50,000 prisoners, and in the spring of 1942, 10,000. During this period, not one prisoner transport was sent out of Peckerleg anywhere, so where did the 40,000 prisoners go? I have written 1,000 here in italics. Why? Because I learned these figures accidentally from a Zek who had access to them. But you would not be able to get them for all camps in all periods, nor to total them up. Corpses withered from pellagra, no buttocks, and women with no breasts, or rotting from scurvy, were checked out in the morgue cabin and sometimes in the open air. This was seldom like an autopsy, a long vertical cut from neck to crotch, breaking leg bones, pulling the skull apart at its seam. Mostly it was not a surgeon, but a convoy guard who verified the corpse, to be certain the Zek was really dead and not pretending. And for this they ran the corpse through with a bayonet, or smashed the skull with a big mallet. And right there they tied to the big toe of the corpse's right foot a tag with his prison file number, under which he was identified in the prison lists. At one time they used to bury them in their underwear, but later on in the very worst, lowest grade, which was dirty gray. And then came an across-the-board regulation not to waste any underwear on them at all. It could still be used for the living, but to bury them naked. At one time in old Russia it was thought that a corpse could not get along without a coffin. Even the lowliest serfs, beggars, and tramps were buried in coffins. Even the Sakhalin and the Yakutui, hard labor prisoners, were buried in coffins. But in the archipelago, this would have amounted to the unproductive expenditure of millions on labor and lumber. When at Inta, after the war, one honored foreman of the woodworking plant was actually buried in the coffin. The cultural and educational section was instructed to make propaganda. Work well, and you, too, will be buried in a coffin. The corpses were hauled away on sledges or on carts. Depending on the time of year, sometimes, for the convenience, they used one box for 6 corpses. And if there were no boxes, then they tied the hands and legs with a cord so they didn't flop about. After this, they piled them up like logs and covered them with a bast matting. If there was ammonal available, a special brigade of grave diggers would dynamite pits for them. Otherwise, they had to dig the graves, always common graves, in the ground, either big ones for a large number or shallow ones for 4 at a time. In the springtime, a stink used to waft into the camp from the shallower graves, and they would then send last-leggers to deepen them. On the other hand, no one can accuse us of gas chambers. Where there was more time to spare on such things, as, for example, in Kengyir, they would set out little posts on the hillocks, and a representative of the Records and Classification section, no less, would personally inscribe on them the inventory numbers of those buried there. However, in Kengyir, someone also did some wrecking. Mothers and wives who came there were shown the cemetery, and they went there to mourn and weep. Thereupon the chief of Stepleg, Comrade Colonel Chekhov, ordered the bulldozers to bulldoze down the little grave posts and level off the hillocks, because of this lack of gratitude. Now that, fair reader, is how your father, your husband, your brother, was buried. End of Part 3, Chapter 7. Part 3, Chapter 8. Women in Camp. And how could one not think of them, even back during interrogation? One day, one of the Butyrki jailers was fussing with a lock, and left our men's cell to stand half a minute at the windows in the well-lit upper corridor, and peering underneath the muzzle of a corridor window, we suddenly saw down below, in the little green garden on a corner of asphalt, standing in line in pairs like us, and also waiting for a door to be opened. Women's shoes and ankles. All we could see were just ankles and shoes, but on high heels. And it was like a Wagnerian blast from Tristan and Isolde. We could see no higher than that, and the jailer was already driving us into the cell, and once inside we raved there, illumined and at the same time beclouded, and we pictured all the rest to ourselves, imagining them as heavenly beings dying of despondency. What were they like? What were they like? But it seems that things were no harder for them, and maybe even easier. I have so far found nothing in women's recollections of interrogation which could lead me to conclude that they were any more disheartened than we were, or that they became any more deeply depressed. The gynecologist, N.I. Zubov, who served 10 years himself and who in camp was constantly engaged in treating and observing women, says, to be sure, that statistically women react more swiftly and more sharply to arrest than men, and to its principal effect, the loss of the family. The women arrested is spiritually wounded, and this expresses itself most often in the cessation of the vulnerable female functions. But of course, for all of us, and for women in particular, prison was just the flower. The berries came later. Camp. And it was precisely in camp that women would either be broken or else, by bending and degenerating, adapt themselves. In camp it was the opposite. Everything was harder for the women than for us men, beginning with the camp filth. Having already suffered from the dirt in the transit prisons and on the prisoner transports themselves, the women would then find no cleanliness in camp either. In the average camp, in the women's work brigades, and also, it goes without saying, in the common barracks, it was almost never possible for her to feel really clean, to get warm water, and sometimes there was no water at all. There was no lawful way a woman could lay hands on either cheesecloth or rags. No place there, of course, to do laundry. A bath? Well, the initial arrival in camp began with a bath, if one doesn't take into account the unloading of the zecks from the cattle car onto the snow, and the march across with one's things on one's back surrounded by convoy and dogs. In the camp bath the naked women were examined like merchandise. Whether there was water in the bath or not, the inspection for lice, the shaving of armpits and pubic hair, gave the barbers, by no means the lowest-ranking aristocrats in the camp, the opportunity to look over the new women, and immediately after that they would be inspected by the other trustees. This was a tradition going right back to the Solovetsky Islands, except that there, at the dawn of the archipelago, a shyness still existed, not typical of the natives, and they were inspected clothed during auxiliary work. But the archipelago hardened, and the procedure became more brazen. Fedot S. and his wife, it was their fate to be united, now recollect with amusement how the male trustees stood on either side of a narrow corridor and passed the newly arrived women through the corridor naked, not all at once, but one at a time, and when the trustees decided among themselves who got whom. According to the statistics of the 20s, there was one woman serving time for every 6 or 7 men. After the decrees of the 30s and 40s, the proportion of women to men rose substantially, but still not sufficiently for women not to be valued, particularly the attractive ones. In certain camps, a polite procedure was preserved. The women were conducted to their barracks. The well-fed, self-confident, and impudent trustees entered the barracks, dressed in new padded jackets. Any clothing in camp which was not in tatters and soiled seemed mad foppery. Slowly and deliberately they strolled between the bunks and made their choices. They sat down and chatted. They invited their choices to visit them. And they were living, too, not in a common barracks situation, but in cabins occupied by several men. And there they had hot plates and frying pans, and they had fried potatoes, too. An unbelievable dream. The first time, the chosen women were simply feasted and given the chance to make comparisons and to discover the whole spectrum of camp life. Impatient trustees demanded payment right after the potatoes, while those more restrained escorted their dates home and explained the future. You'd better make your arrangements. Make your arrangements inside the camp compound, darling, while it's still being proposed in a gentlemanly way. There's cleanliness here, and laundry facilities, and decent clothes, and unfatiguing work, and it's all yours. And it is true there are women who, by their own nature, out in freedom too, by and large, get together with men easily without being choosy. Such women, of course, always had open to them easy ways out. Personal characteristics do not get distributed simply on the basis of articles of the criminal code. Yet we are not likely to be in error if we say that the majority of women among the 58s were not of this kind. For some of them, from the beginning to the end, this step was less bearable than death. Others would bridle, hesitate, be embarrassed, and they were held back by shame before their girlfriends, too. And when they had finally decided, when they had reconciled themselves, it might be too late. They might not find a camp taker any longer, because not everyone was lucky enough to get propositioned. Thus many of them gave in during the first few days. The future looked too cruel, and there was no hope at all, and this choice was made by those who were almost little girls, along with solidly married women and mothers of families, and it was the little girls, in particular, stifled by the crudity of camp life, who quickly became the most reckless of all. What if you said, no? All right, that's your lookout. Put on breeches and a pea jacket, and go marching off to the woods with your formless, fat exterior and your frail inner being. You'll come crawling yet. You'll go down on bended knees. And what if you loved someone out in freedom and wanted to remain true to him? What profit is there in the fidelity of a female corpse? When you get back to freedom, who is going to need you? Those were the words which kept ringing eternally through the women's barracks. You grow coarse and old, and your last years as a woman are cheerless and empty. Isn't it smarter to hurry up and grab something, too, even from this savage life? And it was all made easier by the fact that no one here condemned anyone else. Everyone lives like that here. And hands were also untied by the fact that there was no meaning, no purpose left in life. A multiple bunk curtained off with rags from the neighboring women was a classic camp scene. But things could be a great deal simpler than that, too. This, again, refers to the Krivoshikovo Camp No. 1, 1947 to 1949, if we know of this No. 1, but how many were there? At this camp there were thieves, non-political offenders, juveniles, invalids, women and nursing mothers, all mixed up together. There was just one women's barracks, but it held 500 people. It was indescribably filthy, incomparably filthy and run down, and there was an oppressive smell in it, and the bunks were without bedding. There was an official prohibition against men entering it, but this prohibition was ignored and no one enforced it. Not only men went there, but juveniles too, boys from 12 to 13, who flocked in to learn. First they began with simple observation of what was going on. There was no false modesty there, whether because there were no rags or perhaps not enough time. At any rate, the bunks were not curtained off. And, of course, the light was never doused either. Everything took place very naturally, as in nature in full view, and in several places at once. Obvious old age and obvious ugliness were the only defenses for a woman there, nothing else. Attractiveness was a curse. Such a woman had a constant stream of visitors on her bunk and was constantly surrounded. They propositioned her and threatened her with beatings and knives, and she had no hope of being able to stand up against it, but only to be smart and about whom she gave in to pick the kind of man to defend her, with his name and his knife from all the rest, from the next in line, from the whole greedy queue, from those crazy juveniles gone berserk, aroused by everything they could see and breathe in there. And it wasn't only men that she had to be defended against either, nor only the juveniles who were aroused. What about the women next to them, who day after day had to see all that but were not themselves invited by the men? In the end, those women, too, would explode in an uncontrollable rage and hurl themselves on their successful neighbors and beat them up. And then, too, venereal diseases were nearly epidemic at Krivoshekovo. There was a rumor that nearly half the women were infected. But there was no way out, and on, both the sovereigns and the suppliants kept crossing the same threshold, and only those who were very foresighted, like the accordionist K, who had his own connections in the medical section, could each time check the secret list of the venereal disease patients for himself and his friends in order to not get caught. Here is what women's work was like in Krivoshekovo. At the brickyard, when they had completed working one section of the clay pit, they used to take down the overhead shelter. Before they had mined there, it had been laid out on the surface of the earth, and now it was necessary to hoist wet beams 10 to 12 yards up out of a big pit. How was it done? The reader will say, with machines. Of course, a women's brigade looped a cable around each end of a beam, and in 2 rows like barge haulers, keeping even so as to not let the beam drop and then have to begin over again, pulled one side of each cable and out came the beam. And then a score of them would hoist up one beam on their shoulders to the accompaniment of command oaths from their out-and-out slave driver of a woman brigadier, and would carry the beam to its new place and dump it there. A tractor, did you say? But for pity's sake, where would you get a tractor in 1948? A crane, you say? But you have forgotten Vyshinsky. Work, the miracle worker which transforms people from non-existence and insignificance into heroes. If there were a crane, then what about the miracle worker? If there were a crane, then these women would simply wallow in insignificance. The body becomes worn out at that kind of work, and everything that is feminine in a woman, whether it be constant or whether it be monthly, ceases to be. If she manages to last to the next commissioning, the person who undresses before the physicians will not at all be like the one who the trustees smacked their lips over in the bath corridor. She has become ageless. Her shoulders stick out at sharp angles. Her breasts hang down in little dried-out sacks. Superfluous folds of skin form wrinkles on her flat buttocks. There is so little flesh above her knees that a big enough gap has opened up for a sheep's head to stick through or even a soccer ball. Her voice has become hoarse and rough, and her face is tanned by pellagra. And, as a gynecologist will tell you, several months of logging will suffice for the prolapse and falling out of a more important organ. Work, the miracle worker. External legislation, for outside Gulag, seemingly abetted camp love. An all-union decree of July 8, 1944, on the strengthening of marriage ties, was accompanied by an unpublished decree of the Council of People's Commissars and an instruction of the People's Commissariat of Justice dated November 27, 1944, in which it was stated that the court was required to dissolve unconditionally a marriage with a spouse in prison, or in an insane asylum, at the first indication of desire on the part of a free Soviet person, and even to encourage this by freeing such a person from the fee for issuance of a divorce decree. And at the same time no one was obliged legally to inform the other spouse of the accomplished divorce. By this token, citizeness and citizens were called on to abandon their imprisoned wives and husbands all the more speedily in misfortune, and prisoners were correspondingly invited to forget about their marriages all the more thoroughly. Yes, the Zeks were to forget about their marriages, but Gulag instructions also forbade indulgence in love affairs as a diversionary action against the production plan. After all, these unscrupulous women who wandered about the work sites, forgetting their obligations to the state and the archipelago, were ready to lie down on their backs anywhere at all, on the damp ground, on the wood chips, on road stone, on slag, on iron shavings, and the plan would collapse, and the 5-year plan would mark time, and there would be no prize money for the Gulag chiefs. And besides, some of those Zekas secretly nurtured a desire to get pregnant, and on the strength of this pregnancy, exploiting the humanitarianism of our laws, to snatch several months off their terms, which were often a short 3 or 5 years anyway, and not work at all those months. That was why Gulag instructions required that any prisoners caught cohabiting should be immediately separated, and that the less useful of the two should be sent off on a prisoner transport. Plundered of everything that fulfills female life, and indeed human life in general, of family, motherhood, the company of friends, familiar and perhaps even interesting work, in some cases perhaps in art or among books, and crushed by fear, hunger, abandonment, and savagery, what else could the woman camp inmates turn to except love? With God's blessing, the love which came might also be almost not of the flesh, because to do it in the bushes was shameful, to do it in the barracks in everyone's presence was impossible, and the man was not always up to it, and then the jailers would drag the culprits out of every hideout, seclusion, and put them in the punishment block. But from its unfleshly character, as the women remember today, the spirituality of camp love became even more profound, and it was particularly because of the absence of the flesh that this love became more poignant than out in freedom. Women who were already elderly could not sleep nights because of a chance smile, because of some fleeting mark of attention they had received. So sharply did the light of love stand out against the dirty, murky camp existence. But it was not only the custodial staff and the camp chiefs who would break up camp marriages. The archipelago was such an upside-down land that in it a man and a woman could be split up by what ought to have united them even more firmly, the birth of a child. A month before giving birth, a pregnant woman was transported to another camp, where there was a camp hospital with a maternity ward, and where husky little voices shouted that they did not want to be Zeks because of the sins of their parents. And these issues of whether to give birth or not, which were difficult enough for any woman at all, were still more confused for a woman camp inmate, and what would happen to the child subsequently, and if such a fickle camp fate gave one chance to become pregnant by one's loved one, then how could one go ahead and have an abortion? Should you have the child? That meant certain separation immediately, and when you left, would he not pair off with some other woman in the same camp? And what kind of child would it be? Because of the malnutrition of the parents, it was often defective. And when you stopped nursing the child and were sent away, you still had many years left to serve. Would they keep an eye out so as to not do him in? And would you be able to take the child into your own family? For some, this was excluded. And if you didn't take him, would your conscience then torment you all your life? But why rake up all that past? Why reopen the old wounds of those who were living in Moscow and in country houses at the time, writing for the newspapers, speaking from rostrums, going off to resorts and abroad? Why recall all that when it is still the same even today? After all, you can only write about whatever will not be repeated. End of Part 3, Chapter 8. Part 3, Chapter 9. The Trustees. Trustees were prisoners who got themselves what were by camp standards soft jobs. They were despised by other prisoners. End of Part 3, Chapter 9. Part 3, Chapter 10. In place of politicals. But in that grim world where everyone gnawed up whomever he could, where a human's life and conscience were brought for a ration of soggy bread, in that world who and where were the politicals, bearers of the honor and the torch of all the prison populations of history? We have already traced how the original politicals were divided, stifled, and exterminated. And in their place? Well, what did take their place? Since then we have had no politicals, and we could not possibly have any. What kind of politicals could we have if universal justice had been established? They simply abolished the politicals. There are none, and there won't be any. The village club manager went in with his watchman to buy a bust of Comrade Stalin. They bought it. The bust was big and heavy. They ought to have carried it in a hand-barrow, both of them together, but the manager's status did not allow him to. All right, you'll manage it if you take it slowly. And he went off ahead. The old watchman couldn't work out how to do it for a long time. If he tried to carry it at his side, he couldn't get his arm around it. If he tried to carry it in front of him, his back hurt, and he was thrown off balance backward. Finally, he figured out how to do it. He took off his belt, made a noose for Comrade Stalin, put it around his neck, and in this way carried it over his shoulder through the village. Well, there was nothing here to argue about. It was an open and shut case. Article 58.8. Terrorism. 10 years. A shepherd, in a fit of anger, swore at a cow for not obeying. "You collective farm whore!" And he got 58, and a term. A deaf and dumb carpenter got a term for counter-revolutionary agitation. How? He was laying floors in a club. Everything had been removed from a big hall, and there was no nail or hook anywhere. While he was working, he hung his jacket and his service cap on a bust of Lenin. Someone came in and saw it. 58. 10 years. The children in a collective farm club got out of hand, had a fight, and accidentally knocked some poster or other off the wall with their backs. The two eldest were sentenced under Article 58. On the basis of the decree of 1935, children from the ages of 12 and on had full criminal responsibility for all crimes. They also sentenced the parents for having allegedly told them to and sent them to do it. A 16-year-old Chuvash schoolboy made a mistake in Russian in a slogan in the wall newspaper. It was not his native language. Article 58, 5 years. And in a state farm bookkeeping office, the slogan hung, "Life has become better, life has become more gay. Stalin." And someone added a letter in red pencil to Stalin's name, making the slogan read as though life had become more gay for Stalin. They didn't look for the guilty party, but sentenced the entire bookkeeping office. Boris Mikhailovich Vinogradov, with whom I served time in prison, had in his youth been a locomotive engineer. After the workers' school and an institute, he became a railway transport engineer, and was not put immediately on party work, as often happens, too. And he was a good engineer. In the Sharashka, he carried out complex calculations in gas dynamics for jet turbines. But by 1941, it's true, he had become the party organizer of the Moscow Institute for Railroad Engineering. In the bitter Moscow days of October 16th and 17th, 1941, seeking instructions, he telephoned, but no one replied. He went to the district party committee, the city party committee, the provincial party committee, and found no one there. Everyone had scattered to the winds. Their chambers were empty, and it seems he didn't go any higher than that. He returned to his own people in the Institute and declared, "Comrades, all the leaders have run away, but we are communists. We will join the defense." And they did just that. But for that remark of his, "They have all run away," those who had run away sent him who had not run away to prison for 8 years, for anti-Soviet propaganda. He was a quiet worker, a dedicated friend, and only in heart-to-heart conversation would he disclose that he believed, believes, and will go on believing, and he never wore it on his sleeve. Irina Tukinskaya was arrested while leaving church. The intention was to arrest their whole family, and she was charged with having prayed in church for the death of Stalin. Who could have heard that prayer? Terrorism, 25 years. However, for the most part, fantastic accusations were not really required. There existed a very simple, standardized collection of charges from which it was enough for the interrogator to pick one or two and stick them like postage stamps on an envelope. Discrediting the leader. A negative attitude toward the collective farm structure. A negative attitude toward state loans. And what normal person could have had a positive attitude? A negative attitude toward the Stalinist constitution. A negative attitude toward whatever was the immediate, particular measure being carried out by the party. Sympathy for Trotsky. Friendliness toward the United States, etc., etc., etc. The pasting on of these stamps of varying value was monotonous work requiring no artistry whatsoever. All the interrogator needed was the next victim in line, so as to not lose time. Such victims were selected on the basis of arrest quotas by security chiefs of local administrative districts, military units, transportation departments, and educational institutions. And so that the security chiefs did not have to strain their brains, denunciations from informers came in very handy. In the conflicts between people and freedom, denunciations were the superweapon, the X-rays. It was sufficient to direct an invisible little ray at your enemy, and he fell. And it always worked. I can affirm that I heard many stories in imprisonment about the use of denunciations in lovers' quarrels. A man would remove an unwanted husband. A wife would dispose of a mistress, or a mistress would dispose of a wife, or a mistress would take revenge on her lover because she had failed to separate him from his wife. Europe, of course, won't believe it. Not until Europe itself serves time will she believe it. Europe has believed our glossy magazines and can't get anything else into her head. End of Part 3, Chapter 10. Part 3, Chapter 11, The Loyalists. Here we shall concern ourselves particularly with those orthodox communists who made a display of their ideological orthodoxy first to the interrogator, then in the prison cells, and then in camp to all and everyone, and now recall their camp past in this light. By a strange selective process, none of them will be sloggers. Such people ordinarily had held big jobs before their arrest, and had had an enviable situation, and in camp they found it hardest of all to reconcile themselves to extinction, and they fought fiercest of all to rise above the universal zero. In this category were all the interrogators, prosecutors, judges, and camp officials who had landed behind bars, and all the theoreticians, dogmatists, and loudmouths. We have to understand them, and we won't scoff at them. It was painful for them to fall. "When you cut down trees, the chips will fly," was the cheerful proverb of justification. And then suddenly they themselves were chopped off with all the other chips. To say that things were painful for them is to say almost nothing. They were incapable of assimilating such a blow, such a downfall, and from their own people, too. From their dear party and, from all appearances, for nothing at all. After all, they had been guilty of nothing as far as the party was concerned. Nothing at all. It was painful for them to such a degree that it was considered taboo among them, uncomradely, to ask, "What were you imprisoned for?" the only squeamish generation of prisoners. The rest of us, in 1945, with tongues hanging out, used to recount our arrests, couldn't wait to tell the story to every chance newcomer we met, and to the whole cell, as if it were an anecdote. Here's the sort of people they were. Olga Sleasberg's husband had already been arrested, and they had come to carry out a search and arrest her, too. The search lasted 4 hours, and she spent those 4 hours sorting out the minutes of the Congress of Stakhanovites of the bristle and brush industry, of which she had been the secretary until the previous day. The incomplete state of the minutes troubled her more than her children, whom she was leaving forever. Even the interrogator conducting the search could not resist telling her, "Come on now, say farewell to your children." Here's the sort of people they were. A letter from her 15-year-old daughter came to Yelizaveta Svetkova in the Kazan prison for long-term prisoners. "Mama, tell me, write to me. Are you guilty or not? I hope you weren't guilty, because then I won't join the Komsomol, and I won't forgive them because of you. But if you are guilty, I won't write you any more, and I will hate you." And the mother was stricken by remorse in her damp grave-like cell with its dim little lamp. How could her daughter live without the Komsomol? How could she be permitted to hate Soviet power? Better that she should hate me. And she wrote, "I am guilty. Enter the Komsomol." How could it be anything but hard? It was more than the human heart could bear, to fall beneath the beloved axe, then have to justify its wisdom. But that is the price a man pays for entrusting his God-given soul to human dogma. Even today, any orthodox communist will affirm that Svetkova acted correctly. Even today, they cannot be convinced that this is precisely the perversion of small forces, that the mother perverted her daughter and harmed her soul. Here's the sort of people they were. Y.T. gave sincere testimony against her husband. Anything to aid the party. Oh, how one could pity them if at least now they had come to comprehend their former wretchedness. This whole chapter could have been written quite differently if today, at least, they had forsaken their earlier views. Loyalty? And in our view, it is just plain pig-headedness. These devotees of the theory of development construed loyalty to that development to mean renunciation of any personal development whatsoever. As Nikolai Adamovich Willetts said, after serving 17 years, "We believed in the party, and we were not mistaken." Is this loyalty or pig-headedness? No, it was not for show and not out of hypocrisy that they argued in their cells in defense of all the government's actions. They needed ideological arguments in order to hold on to a sense of their own rightness. Otherwise, insanity was not far off. How easily one could sympathize with them all. But they all see so clearly what their sufferings were, and they don't see wherein lies their own guilt. This sort of person was not arrested before 1937, and after 1938, very few such people were arrested, and that is why they were named the call-up of 1937. And this would be permissible, but shouldn't be allowed to blur the overall picture. Even at the peak, they were not the only ones being arrested, and those same peasants and workers and young people and engineers and technicians and agronomists and economists and ordinary believers continued to stream in as well. The call-up of 1937 was very loquacious, and having access to the press and radio created the legend of 1937, a legend consisting of 2 points. 1. If they arrested people at all under the Soviet government, it was only in 1937, and it is necessary to speak out and be indignant only about 1937. 2. In 1937, they were the only ones arrested. At the very beginning of our book, we gave a conspectus of the waves pouring into the archipelago during the 2 decades up to 1937. How long all that dragged on, and how many millions there were, but the future call-up of 1937 didn't bat an eyelid and found it all normal. They remained calm while society was being imprisoned. Their outraged reason boiled when their own fellowship began to be imprisoned. Of course, they did not remember how very recently they themselves had helped Stalin destroy the opposition, yes, and even themselves, too. After all, Stalin gave his own weak-willed victims the opportunity of taking a chance and rebelling, for this game was not without its satisfactions for him. To arrest each member of the Central Committee required the sanction of all the others. That is something the playful tiger thought up, and while the sham plenums and conferences proceeded, a paper was passed along the rows which stated impersonally that materials had been received compromising a certain individual, and it was requested that consent be given, or refused, to his expulsion from the Central Committee, and someone else watched to see whether the person reading this paper held it for a long time. And they all signed their names. And that was how the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, shot itself. Stalin had calculated and verified their weakness even earlier than that. Once the top level of the party had accepted as their due high wages, secret provisioning facilities, private sanatoriums, it was already in the trap and there was no way to backtrack. They had forgotten even more, yes, and had never read it anyway, such ancient history as the message of the Patriarch Tikhon to the Council of People's Commissars on October 26, 1918. Appealing for mercy and for the release of the innocent, the staunch Patriarch warned them that the blood of all the prophets which was shed from the foundation of the world may be required of this generation. Luke 11:50. And, for all they that take the sword shall perish with the sword. Matthew 26:52. But at that time it seemed absurd, impossible. How could they imagine at the time that history sometimes does know revenge, a sort of voluptuous and delayed justice, but chooses strange forms for it and unexpected executors of its will? And though the curses of the women and children shot in the Crimean Spring of 1921, as Voloshin has told us, were incapable of piercing the breast of Bela Kun, and this was done by his own comrade in the Third International. Here is the inevitable moral. I have been imprisoned for nothing, and that means I am good, and that these people around me are enemies, and have been imprisoned for good cause. And here is how their energy is spent. 6 and 12 times a year they send off complaints, declarations, and petitions. And what do they write about? What do they scrawl in them? Of course, they swear loyalty to the great genius, and without that they won't be released. Of course, they dissociate themselves from those already shot in their case. Of course, they beg to be forgiven and permitted to return to their old jobs at the top, and tomorrow they will gladly accept any party assignment whatever, even to run this camp. And the fact that all the complaints and petitions were met with just as thick a shoal of rejections, well, that was because they didn't reach Stalin. He would have understood. He would have forgiven the benefactor. Fine politicals they were if they begged the government for forgiveness. Here was the level of their consciousness. V.P. Golitsyn, son of a district physician, a road engineer, was imprisoned for 140 days in a death cell. Plenty of time to think. And then he got 15 years, and after that, eternal exile. In my mind, nothing changed. I was the same non-party Bolshevik as before. My faith in the party helped me. The fact that the evil was being done not by the party and the government, but by the evil will of certain people. What an analysis. Who came and went, but somehow they never seemed to go. But all the rest remained. However, why this whole chapter? Why this whole lengthy survey and analysis of the Loyalists? Instead, we shall just write in letters a yard high. Janos Kadar, Ladislaw Gomulka, and Gustav Husak. All three of them underwent unjust arrest and interrogation with torture, and all three served time so and so many years. And the whole world sees how much they learned. The whole world has learned what they are worth. End of Part 3, Chapter 11. Part 3, Chapter 12. Knock, knock, knock. In our technological years, cameras and photoelectric elements often work in place of eyes, and microphones, tape recorders, and laser listening devices often replace ears. But for the entire epoch covered by this book, almost the only eyes and almost the only ears of the Cheka GB were stool pigeons. Without having the experience and without having thought the matter over sufficiently, it is difficult to evaluate the extent to which we are permeated and enveloped by stool pigeoning. Just as, without a transistor in hand, we do not sense in a field, in a forest, or on a lake that multitudes of radio waves are constantly pouring through us. It is difficult to school oneself to ask that constant question, who is the stool pigeon among us? In our apartment, in our courtyard, in our watch repair shop, in our school, in our editorial office, in our workshop, in our design bureau, and even in our police. It is difficult to school oneself, and it is repulsive to become schooled. But for safety one must. It is impossible to expel the stoolies or to fire them. They will recruit new ones. But you have to know them, sometimes in order to be aware of them, sometimes in order to beware of them, sometimes to put on an act in their presence, to pretend to be something you aren't, sometimes in order to quarrel openly with the informer, and this means devalue his testimony against you. The poetry of recruitment of stool pigeons still awaits its artist. There is a visible life, and there is an invisible life. The spider webs are stretched everywhere, and as we move we do not notice how they wind about us. Selecting tools available for recruitment is like selecting master keys. Number 1, number 2, number 3. Number 1. Are you a Soviet person? Number 2 is to promise that which the person being recruited has fruitlessly sought by lawful means for many years. Number 3 is to bring pressure to bear on some weak point, to threaten a person with what he fears most of all. Number 4. You see, it only takes a tiny bit of pressure. A certain AG is called in, and it is well known that he is a nincompoop, and so to start he is instructed. Write down a list of the people you know who have anti-Soviet attitudes. He is distressed and hesitates. I'm not sure. He didn't jump up and didn't thump the table. How dare you? Who does in our country? Why deal in fantasies? Aha, so you are not sure. Then write a list of people you can guarantee are 100% Soviet people. But you are guaranteeing, you understand. If you provide even one of them with false references, you yourself will go to prison immediately. So, why aren't you writing? Well, I can't guarantee. Aha, you can't? That means you know they are anti-Soviet. So write down immediately the ones you know about. And so the good and honest rabbit, AG, sweats and fidgets and worries. He has too soft a soul, formed before the revolution. He has sincerely accepted this pressure which is bearing down on him. Write either that they are Soviet or that they are anti-Soviet. He sees no third way out. A stone is not a human being, and even stones get crushed. Though he was an enlightened and irreligious person, abbreviation U, discovered that the only defense against the security officers was to hide behind Christ. This was not very honest, but it was a sure thing. He lied. I must tell you frankly that I had a Christian upbringing, and therefore it is quite impossible for me to work with you. And that ended it, and all the lieutenant's chatter, which had by then lasted many hours, simply stopped. The lieutenant understood he had drawn a bad number. We need you like a dog needs 5 legs, he exclaimed petulantly. Give me a written refusal. Once again, written. And write just that, explaining about your damned God. Apparently they have to close the case of every informer with a separate piece of paper, just as they open it with one. The reference to Christ satisfied the lieutenant completely. None of the security officers would accuse him subsequently of failing to use every effort he could. And does the impartial reader not find that they flee from Christ like devils from a sign of the cross? from the bells calling to matins. And that is why our Soviet regime can never come to terms with Christianity. End of Part 3, Chapter 12. Part 3, Chapter 13. Hand over your second skin, too. Can you behead a man whose head has already been cut off? You can. Can you skin the hide off a man when he has already been skinned? You can. This was all invented in our camps. This was all devised in the archipelago. So let it not be said that the brigade was our only Soviet contribution to world penal science. Is not the second camp term a contribution too? The waves which surge into the archipelago from outside do not die down there and do not subside freely, but are pumped through the pipes of the second interrogation. Oh, blessed are those pitiless tyrannies, those despotisms, those savage countries, where a person once arrested cannot be arrested a second time, where once in prison he cannot be re-imprisoned, where a person who has been tried cannot be tried again, where a sentenced person cannot be sentenced again. But in our country, everything is permissible. When a man is flat on his back, irrevocably doomed and in the depths of despair, how convenient it is to poleaxe him again. The ethics of our prison chiefs are, beat the man who's down. And the ethics of our security officers are, use corpses as stepping stones. We may take it that camp interrogations and camp court were born in Solovki, although what they did there was simply to push them into the bell tower basement and finish them off. During the period of the 5-year plans and of the metastases, they began to employ the second camp term instead of the bullet. For how otherwise, without a second, or third or fourth, terms, could they secrete in the bosom of the archipelago and destroy all those marked down for destruction? The generation of new prison terms, like the growing of a snake's rings, is a form of archipelago life. As long as our camps thrived and our exile lasted, this black threat hovered over the heads of the convicted, to be given a new term before they had finished the first one. Second camp terms were handed out every year, but most intensively in 1937 and 1938 during the war years. In 1948 to 1949, the burden of second terms was transferred outside. They overlooked, they missed, prisoners who should have been resentenced in camp, and then had to haul them back into camp from outside. These were even called repeaters, whereas those resentenced inside didn't get a special name. And it was a mercy, an automated mercy, when in 1938, second camp terms were given out without any second arrest, without a camp interrogation, without a camp court, when the prisoners were simply called up in the brigades to the records and classification section and told to sign for their second terms. For refusing to sign, you were simply put in a punishment block, as for smoking where it wasn't allowed. And they also had it explained to them in a very human way. We aren't telling you that you are guilty of anything, but just sign that you have been informed. And it was useless to try to get out of it as if, in the dark infinity of the archipelago, 8 was any way distinct from 18, or a tenor at the start from a tenor at the end of a sentence. The only important thing was that they did not claw and tear your body today. Now we can understand. The epidemic of camp sentences in 1938 was the result of a directive from above. It was there at the top they suddenly came to their senses and realized they had been handed out too little, that they had to pile it on, and shoot some too, and thus frighten the rest. But the epidemic of camp cases during the war was stimulated by a happy spark from below, too, by the features of the popular initiative. In all likelihood, there was an order from above that during the war the most colorful and notable individuals in each camp, who might become centers of rebellion, had to be suppressed and isolated. The bloody local boys immediately sensed the riches in this vein, their own deliverance from the front. This was evidently guessed in more than one camp and rapidly taken up as useful, ingenious, and a salvation. The camp Chekists also helped fill up the machine gun embrasures, but with other people's bodies. Let the historian picture to himself the pulse of those years. The front was moving east. The Germans were around Leningrad, outside Moscow, in Voronezh, on the Volga, and in the foothills of the Caucasus. In the rear there were even fewer men. Every healthy male figure aroused reproachful glances. Everything for the front. There was no price too big for the government to pay to stop Hitler, and only the camp officers, and their confreres in state security, were well-fed, white, soft-skinned, idle, all in their places in the rear. And the farther into Siberia and the north they were, the quieter things were. We must soberly understand, theirs was a shaky prosperity, due to end at the first outcry. Bring out those rosy-cheeked, smart camp fellows. No battle experience? So they had ideology, and they would be lucky to end up in the police or in the behind-the-lines obstacle detachments. But it could happen otherwise. Otherwise it was into officer battalions and be thrown into the Battle of Stalingrad. In the summer of 1942, they picked up whole officer training schools and hurled them into the front, uncertified, their courses unfinished. All the young and healthy convoy guards had already been scraped up for the front, and the camps hadn't fallen apart. It was all right, and they wouldn't fall apart if the security officers were called up either. There were already rumors. Draft deferment, that was life. Draft deferment, that was happiness. How could you keep your draft deferment? Easy, you simply had to prove your importance. You had to prove that if it were not for Chekist vigilance, the camps would blow apart, that they were a cauldron of seething tar, and then our whole glorious front would collapse. It was right here in the camps, in the tundra and the taiga, that the white-chested security chiefs were holding back the Fifth Column, holding back Hitler. This was their contribution to victory. Not sparing themselves, they conducted interrogation after interrogation, exposing plot after plot. Until now, only the unhappy, worn-out camp inmates, tearing the bread from each other's mouths, had been fighting for their lives. But now the impotent Chekist officers shamelessly entered the fray. You croak today, me tomorrow. Better you should perish and put off my death, you dirty animal. And what was this? Plots were discovered in every camp. More plots, still more. Ever larger in scale, and ever broader. Oh, those perfidious last-leggers! They were just feigning that they could be blown over by the wind. Their paper-thin, pellagra-stricken hands were secretly reaching for the machine guns. Oh, thank you, security section. Oh, savior of the motherland, the third section. And you? You thought that in camp at least you could unburden your soul, that here you could at least complain aloud. My sentence is too long. They fed me badly. I have too much to work. Or you thought that here you could at least repeat what you got your term for. But if you say any of this aloud, you are done for. You are doomed to get a new tenor. True, once a new camp tenor begins, at least the first is erased, so that it works out that you served not 20, but some 13 or 15 or the like, which would be more than you could survive. But you are sure you haven't been silent as a fish, and then you are grabbed anyway? Quite right. They couldn't help grabbing you no matter how you behaved. After all, they don't grab for something, but because. It's the same principle according to which they clip the wool off freedom, too. When the third section gang goes hunting, it picks a list of the most noticeable people in the camp, and that is the list they then dictate to Babik. In camp, after all, it is even more difficult to hide. Everything is out in the open. And there is only one salvation for a person, to be a zero, a total zero, a zero from the very beginning. To stick with you at charge presents no problem. When the plots came to an end after 1943, the Germans began to retreat. A multitude of cases of propaganda appeared. Those godfathers still didn't want to go to the front. In the Burpolom camp, for example, the following selection was available. Hostile activity against the policy of the Soviet Communist Party and the Soviet government. And what it was, you can guess for yourself. Expression of defeatist fabrications. expression of slanderous opinions about the material situation of the workers of the Soviet Union, telling the truth was slander, expression of a desire for the restoration of the capitalist system, expression of a grudge against the Soviet government. This was particularly impudent. Who are you, you bastard, to nurse grudges? So you got a tenor, and you should have kept your mouth shut. A 70-year-old former Tsarist diplomat was charged with making the following propaganda: that the working class in the USSR lives badly, that Gorky was a bad writer. To say that they had gone too far in bringing these charges against him is out of the question. They always handed out sentences for Gorky. That's how he had set himself up. Svortskov, for example, in Lakimlag, near Umstvim, harvested 15 years, and among the charges against him was the following. He had unfavorably contrasted the proletarian poet Mayakovsky with a certain bourgeois poet. That's what it said in the formal charges against him, and it was enough to get him convicted. And from the minutes of the interrogation we can establish who that certain bourgeois poet was. It was Pushkin. To get a sentence for Pushkin, that in truth was a rarity. After that, therefore, Martinson, who really did say in the tin shop that the USSR was one big camp, ought to have sung praise to God that he got off with a tenor. As ought those refusing to work who got a termer instead of execution. But it was not the number of years, not the empty and fantastic length of years, that made these second terms so awful, but how you got them. How you had to crawl through that iron pipe in the ice and snow to get them. It would seem that arrest would be a nothing for a camp inmate. For a person who had once been arrested from his warm domestic bed, what did it matter to be arrested again from an uncomfortable barracks with bare bunks? But it certainly did. In the barracks the stove was warm and a full bread ration was given. But here came the jailer and jerked you by the foot at night. Gather up your things! Oh, how you didn't want to go. People, I love you. End of Part 3, Chapter 13. Part 3, Chapter 14. Changing One's Fate. To defend yourself in the savage world was impossible. To go on strike was suicide. To go on hunger strikes was useless. And as for dying, there would always be time. So what was left for the prisoner? To break out. To go change one's fate. Chekhov used to say that if a prisoner was not a philosopher who could get along equally well in all possible circumstances, or let us put it this way, who could retire into himself, then he could not but wish to escape, and he ought to wish to. He could not but wish to. That was the imperative of a free soul. True, the natives of the archipelago were far from being like that. They were much more submissive than that. But even among them there were always those who thought about escape or who were just about to. The continual escapes in one or another place, even those that did not succeed, were a true proof that the energy of the Zeks had not yet been lost. Here is a camp compound. It is well guarded. The fence is strong and the inner cordon area is reliable and the watchtowers are set out correctly. Every spot is open to view and open to fire. But all of a sudden you grow sick to death of the thought that you are condemned to die right here, on this bit of fenced-off land. So why not try your luck? Why not burst out and change your fate? This impulse is particularly strong at the beginning of your term of imprisonment. In the first year, and it is not even deliberate. In that first year when, generally speaking, the prisoner's entire future and whole prison personality are being decided. Later on, this impulse weakens somehow. There is no longer the conviction that it is more important for you to be out there, and all the threads binding you to the outer world weaken, and the cauterizing of the soul is transformed into decay, and the human being settles into camp harness. During all the years of the camps, there were evidently quite a few escapes. Here are some statistics accidentally come by. In the month of March 1930 alone, 1,328 persons escaped from imprisonment in the RSFSR, and how inaudible and soundless this was in our society. With the enormous development of the archipelago after 1937, particularly during the war years, when the battle-fit infantrymen were rounded up and sent to the front, it became even more difficult to provide proper convoy, and not even the evil notion of self-guarding could solve all the problems of the chiefs. So they relied on certain invisible chains which kept the natives reliably in their place. The strongest of these chains was the prisoners' universal submission and total surrender to their situation as slaves. Almost to a man, both the 58s and the non-political offenders were hard-working family people capable of manifesting valor only in lawful ways, on the orders of and the approval of the higher-ups. Even when they had been imprisoned for 5 and 10 years, they could not imagine that singly, or, God forbid, collectively, they might rise up for their liberty, since they saw arrayed against them the state, their own state, the NKVD, the police, the guards, and the police dogs. And even if you were fortunate enough to escape unscathed, how could you live afterward on a false passport, with a false name, when documents were checked at every intersection, when suspicious eyes followed passers-by from behind every gateway? Another chain was the death factory, camp starvation, although it was precisely this starvation that at times drove the despairing to wander through the taiga in hope of finding more food than there was in camp. Yet it was this starvation that also weakened them, so that they had no strength for a long flight, and because of it, it was impossible to save up a stock of food for the journey. And there was another chain, too, the threat of a new term. A political prisoner was given a new tenor for an escape attempt under that same Article 58, and gradually it proved best to give Article 58-14, counter-revolutionary sabotage. Another thing restraining the Zeks was not the compound, but the privilege of going without convoy. The ones guarded the least, who enjoyed the small privilege of going back to work and back, without a bayonet at their backs, or once in a while dropping into the free settlement, highly prized their advantages, and after an escape, these were taken away. The geography of the archipelago was also a solid obstacle to escape attempts. Those endless expanses of snow or sandy desert, tundra, taiga. The hostility of the surrounding population, encouraged by the authorities, became the principal hindrance to escapes. The authorities were not stingy about rewarding the captors. This was an additional form of political indoctrination. And the nationalities inhabiting the areas around Gulag gradually came to assume that the capture of a fugitive meant a holiday, enrichment, that it was like a good hunt or finding a small gold nugget. But the desperate heart sometimes did not weigh things. It saw. The river was flowing and a log was floating down it, and one jump will float on down. Vyacheslav Bezrodny, from the Olchen camp, barely released from the hospital, still utterly weak, escaped down the Indigirka River on 2 logs fastened together, to the Arctic Ocean. Where was he going, and what was he hoping for? In the end, he was not so much caught as picked up on the open sea and returned over the winter road to Olchen to that very same hospital. It is not possible to say of everyone who didn't return to camp on his own, who was not brought in half alive, or who was not brought in dead, that he had escaped. Perhaps he had only exchanged an involuntary and long-drawn-out death in camp for the free death of a beast in the taiga. The quiet escapees were usually more fortunate in their results. Some of them were surprisingly successful, but we rarely hear of these happy stories. Those who broke out do not give interviews. They have changed their names, and they are in hiding. Kuzakov Skachinsky, who escaped successfully in 1942, tells the story now only because he was caught in 1959, after 17 years. And we have learned of the successful escape of Zinaida Yakovlevna Povalyayaeva, because in the end it fell through. She got her term because she had stayed on as a teacher in her school during the German occupation, but she was not immediately arrested when the Soviet armies arrived. And before her arrest, she was married to a pilot. Then she was arrested and sent to mine number 8 at Vorkuta. Through some Chinese working in the kitchen, she established communication with Freedom and her husband. He was employed in civil aviation and arranged a trip to Vorkuta for himself. On an appointed day, Zina went to the bath in the work zone, where she shed her camp clothing and released her hair, which had been curled the night before, from under her headscarf. Her husband was waiting for her in the work sector. There were security officers on duty at the river ferry, but they paid no attention to a girl with curly hair who was arm in arm with a flyer. They flew out on a plane. Zina spent 1 year living on false papers, but she couldn't resist the desire to see her mother again, and her mother was under surveillance. At her new interrogation, she managed to convince them that she had escaped in a coal car, and they never did find out about her husband's participation. We have not yet described the group escapes, and there were many of them too. They say that in 1956 a whole small camp escaped near Monchegorsk. The history of all escapes from the archipelago would be a list too long to be read, too long to be leafed through, and any one person who wrote a book solely about escapes, to spare his reader and himself, would be forced to omit hundreds of cases. End of Part 3, Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Punishments. Among the many joyous renunciations brought us by the New World were the renunciation of exploitation, the renunciation of colonies, the renunciation of obligatory military service, the renunciation of secret diplomacy, secret assignments and transfers, the renunciation of secret police, the renunciation of divine law, and many, many other fairy tale renunciations in addition, but not, to be sure, a renunciation of prisons. So it must have seemed ridiculous not only to the prison keepers but to the prisoners themselves that for some reason or other there was no punishment cell, that it should have been banned. For if you didn't intimidate the prisoner, if there was no further punishment you could apply, how could he be compelled to submit to the regimen? And where could you put the captured fugitives? What was the shizo given for? For whatever they felt like. You didn't please your chief, you didn't say hello the way you should have, you didn't get up on time, you didn't go to bed on time, you were late for roll call, you took the wrong path, you were wrongly dressed, you smoked where it was forbidden, you kept extra things in your barracks, take a day, 3, 5. You failed to fulfill the work norm. You were caught with a broad, take 5, 7, or 10. And for work shirkers there was even 15 days. And even though, according to the law, what law? 15 days was the maximum in penalty cells, though according to the Corrective Labor Code of 1933, even that was impermissible. This accordion could be stretched out to a whole year. In 1932, Demitleg, this is something Averbach writes about, black on white, they used to give 1 year of shizo for self-mutilation, and if one bears in mind that they used to refuse treatment in such cases, then this meant they used to put a sick, wounded person in a punishment cell to rot for a whole year. What was required of a shizo? It had to be A. Cold, B. Damp, C. Dark, D. For starvation. Therefore, there was no heat, not even when the temperature outside was 22 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. They did not replace missing glass panes on the winter. They allowed the walls to get damp, or else they put the penalty block cellar in moist ground. The windows were microscopic, or else there would be none at all, more usual. They fed a Stalin ration of 10.5 ounces a day and issued a hot meal, consisting of thin gruel, only on the 3rd, 6th, and 9th days of your imprisonment there. But at the Vorkuta Vam, they gave only 7 ounces of bread, and a piece of raw fish in place of a hot dish on the third day. This is the framework in which one has to imagine all the penalty cells. It is very naive to think that a penalty cell has of necessity to be like a cell, with a roof, door, and lock. Not at all. At Quranic Salah, at a temperature of minus 58 degrees Fahrenheit, the punishment cell was a sodden frame of logs. The free physician Andreyev said, "I, as a physician, declare it possible to put a prisoner in that kind of punishment cell." Let us leap the entire archipelago. At Vorkuta Vam in 1937, the punishment cell for work shirkers was a log frame without a roof, and in addition there was a plain hole in the ground. Arnold Rappaport lived in a hole like that. To get shelter from the rain, they used to pull some kind of rag over themselves, like Diogenes in a barrel. In the Marinsk camp, as in many others, of course, there was snow on the walls of the punishment cell, and in such a punishment cell the prisoners were not allowed to keep their camp clothes on, but were forced to undress to their underwear. The BUR, the strict regimen barracks, could be the most ordinary kind of barracks, set apart and fenced off by barbed wire, with the prisoners in it being taken out daily to the hardest and most unpleasant work in the camp. It could also be a masonry prison inside the camp with a full prison system, with beatings of prisoners summoned one by one to the jailer's quarters. A favorite method that didn't leave marks was to beat with a felt boot with a brick inside it. With bolts, bars, locks, and peepholes on every door, with concrete floors to the cells and an additional separate punishment cell for BUR inmates. The favored candidates for the penalty compounds were religious believers, stubborn prisoners, and thieves. Yes, thieves. Here the great system of indoctrination broke down because of the inconsistency of the local instructors. They kept the whole barracks of nuns there who had refused to work for the devil. At the penalty camp for prisoners under convoy at Pecora State Farm, they held them in a penalty block up to their knees in water. In the autumn of 1941, they gave them all 58-14, economic counter-revolution, and shot them. They sent their priest father, Viktor Shapolnikov, there on charges of conducting religious propaganda. He had celebrated Vespers for 5 nurses on Easter Eve. And often prisoners were sent to penalty compounds for refusing to become informers. The majority died there and naturally cannot speak about themselves, and the murderers from the state security are even less likely to speak of them. There were stories of women in this context too. It is impossible to reach a sufficiently balanced judgment on these stories because some intimate element always remains hidden from us. However, here is the story from Irina Nagel as she told it herself. She worked as a typist for the administrative section in the Ukhta State Farm. In other words, as a very comfortably established trustee. Heavy set and imposing, she wore her hair in long braids wrapped around her head, and partly for convenience she went around in wide Oriental-type trousers and a jacket cut like a ski jacket. Whoever knows camp life will understand what an enticement this was. A security officer, Junior Lieutenant Sidorenko, expressed a desire to get more intimately acquainted, and Nagel replied, "I would rather be kissed by the lowliest thief in camp. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. I can hear your baby crying in the next room." Repulsed by her outburst, the security officer suddenly changed his expression and said, "Surely you don't really think I like you. I merely wanted to put you to the test. So here's the way it is. You must collaborate with us." She refused and was sent to a penalty camp. End of Part 3, Chapter 15. Chapter 16. The Socially Friendly. Let my feeble pen, too, join in praise of this tribe. They have been hailed as pirates, as freebooters, as tramps, as escaped convicts. They have been lauded as noble brigands, from Robin Hood on down to operetta heroes. And we have been assured that they have sensitive hearts, that they plunder the rich and share with the poor. And indeed, has not all the world literature glorified the thieves? It is not for us to reproach François Villon, but neither Hugo nor Balzac could avoid that path, and Pushkin, too, praised the thief principle in his gypsies. And what about Byron? But never have they been so widely glorified, and with such unanimity, and so consistently as in Soviet literature. Who was there who was not breathless with sacred emotion in describing the thieves to us, their vivid, unreined nihilism at the beginning, and their dialectical reforging at the end, starting with Mayakovsky, and, in his footsteps, Shostakovich with his ballet, The Young Lady and the Hooligan, and including Lenov, Savinsky, Inber, and you can go on and on. In old Russia there existed, just as there still exists in the West, an incorrect view of thieves as incorrigible, permanent criminals, a nucleus of criminality. Because of this, the politicals were segregated from them on prisoner transports and in prisons. In old Russia there was just one single formula to be applied to the criminal recidivists. Make them bow their heads beneath the iron yoke of the law. And so it was up to 1914 that thieves did not play the boss either in Russia as a whole or in Russian prisons. But the shackles fell and freedom dawned. In the desertion of millions of 1917, and then in the Civil War, all human passions were largely unleashed, and those of the thieves most of all, and they no longer wished to bow their heads beneath the yoke. Moreover, they were informed that they didn't have to. It was found both useful and amusing that they were enemies of private property, and therefore a counter-revolutionary force which had to be guided into the mainstream of proletariat. Yes, and this would constitute no special difficulty. Reasoning on a social basis. Wasn't the environment to blame for everything? So let us re-educate these healthy lumpen proletarians and introduce them into the system of conscious life. And now, when more than 40 years have gone by, one can look around and begin to have doubts. Who re-educated whom? Did the Chekists re-educate the thieves, or the thieves the Chekists? The Urka, the habitual thief, who adopted the Chekist faith, became a bitch, and his fellow thieves would cut his throat. The Chekist who acquired the psychology of the thief was an energetic interrogator of the 30s and 40s, or else a resolute camp chief. Such men were appreciated. They got the service promotions. And the psychology of the Urki was exceedingly simple and very easy to acquire. 1. I want to live and enjoy myself, and fuck the rest. 2. Whoever is the strongest is right. 3. If they aren't beating you, then don't lie down and ask for it. In other words, as long as they're beating up someone else, don't stick up for the ones being beaten. Wait your own turn. Beat up your submissive enemies one at a time. Somehow this is a very familiar law. It is what Hitler did. It is what Stalin did. Come on now, stop lying, you mercenary pens. You who have observed the Russian thieves through a steamship rail or across an interrogator's desk. You who have never encountered the thieves when you were defenseless. The thieves, the Urki, are not Robin Hoods. When they want, they steal from last-leggers. When they want, they are not squeamish about taking last food cloths off a man freezing to death. Their great slogan is, you today, me tomorrow. Here is what our laws were like for 30 years, to 1947. For robbery of the state, embezzlement of state funds, a packing case from a warehouse, for 3 potatoes from a collective farm. 10 years. After 1947, it was as much as 20. But robbery of a free person? Suppose they cleaned out an apartment, carting off a truck of everything the family had acquired in a lifetime. If it was not accompanied by murder, then the sentence was up to 1 year, sometimes 6 months. The thieves flourished because they were encouraged. Through its laws, the Stalinist power said to the thieves clearly, do not steal from me, steal from private persons. You see, private property is a belch from the past, but personally assigned VIP property is the hope of the future. And the thieves understood. In their intrepid stories and songs, did they go to steal where it was difficult, dangerous, where they could lose their heads? No. Greedy cowards, they pushed their way in where they were encouraged to push their way in. They stripped the clothes from solitary passers-by and stole from unguarded apartments. How many citizens who were robbed knew that the police didn't even bother to look for the criminals, didn't even set a case in motion, so as to not spoil their record of completed cases? Why should they sweat to catch a thief if he would be given only 6 months, and then be given 3 months off for good behavior? And anyway, it wasn't certain that the bandits would even be tried when caught. Finally, sentences were bound to be reduced, and of course for habitual criminals especially. Watch out there now, witness in the courtroom. They will all be back soon, and it'll be a knife in the back of anyone who gave testimony. Therefore, if you see someone crawling through a window, or slitting a pocket, or your neighbor's suitcase being ripped open, shut your eyes, walk by. You didn't see anything. That's how the thieves have trained us. The thieves and our laws. There is one more important feature of our public life which helps thieves and bandits prosper: fear of publicity. Our newspapers are filled with reports on production victories which are a big bore to everyone, but you will find no reports of trials or crime in them. After all, according to the progressive doctrine, criminal activity arises only from the presence of classes. We have no classes in our country. Therefore, there is no crime, and therefore you cannot write about it in the press. We simply cannot afford to give the American newspapers evidence that we have not fallen behind the United States in criminal activity. If there is a murder in the West, photographs of the criminal are plastered on the walls of buildings. They peer out at one from the counters of bars, the windows of streetcars, and the criminal feels himself a persecuted rat. If a brazen murder is committed here, the press is silent. There are no photographs. The murderer goes 60 miles away to another province and lives there in peace and quiet. And the Minister of Internal Affairs will not have to answer questions in Parliament as to why the criminal has not been found. After all, no one knows about the case except the inhabitants of that little town. It was the same with criminal activity as it was with malaria. It was simply announced one day that it no longer existed in our country, and from then on it became impossible to treat it or even to diagnose it. And there is always that sanctifying lofty theory for everything. It was by no means the least significant of our literary figures who determined that the thieves were our allies in the building of communism. This was set forth in textbooks on Soviet collective labor policy. There were such textbooks. They were published. In dissertations and scientific essays on camp management, and in the most practical way of all, in the regulations on which the high-ranking camp officials were trained. All this flowed from the one and only true teaching, which explained all the iridescent life of humanity in terms of the class struggle and it alone. And here is how it was worked out. Professional criminals can, in no sense, be equated with capitalist elements, i.e., engineers, students, agronomists, and nuns. For the latter are steadfastly hostile to the dictatorship of the proletariat, while the former are only politically unstable. A professional murderer is only politically unstable. The lumpen proletarian is not a property owner, and therefore cannot ally himself with the hostile class elements, but will much more willingly ally himself with the proletariat. You just wait. That is why in the official terminology of Gulag they are called socially friendly elements. Tell me who your friends are. That is why the regulations repeated over and over again. Trust the recidivist criminals. That is why through the cultural and educational section, a consistent effort was supposed to be made to explain to the thieves the unity of their class interests with those of all the workers, to indoctrinate them in a suspicious and hostile attitude toward the kulaks and counter-revolutionaries. And the authorities were to place their hopes in these attitudes. But when this elegant theory came down to earth in camps, here is what emerged from it. The most inveterate and hardened thieves were given unbridled power on the islands of the archipelago. In camp districts and in camps, power over the population of their own country, over the peasants, the petty bourgeoisie, and the intelligentsia, power they had never before had in history, never in any state in all the world, power which they couldn't even dream about out in freedom. And now they were given all other people as slaves. What bandit would ever decline such power? The central thieves, the top-level thieves, totally controlled the camp districts. They lived in individual cabins, or tents, with their own temporary wives, or arbitrarily picking over the smooth broads from among their subjects. They had the intellectual women 58s and the girl students to vary their menu. In Norillag, Chavdarov heard a Mall offer for her thief husband. "Would you like me to treat you to a 16-year-old collective farm girl?" This was a peasant girl who had been sent to the north for 10 years because of 1 kilo of grain. The girl tried to resist, but the Mall soon broke her will. "I'll cut you up. Do you think I'm any worse than you? I lie under him." People will object that it was only the bitches who accepted positions, while the honest thieves held to the thieves' law. But no matter how much I saw of one and the other, I never could see that one rabble was nobler than the other. The thieves knocked gold teeth out of Estonians' mouths with a poker. The thieves, in Krasleg in 1941, drowned Lithuanians in the toilet for refusing to turn over a food parcel to them. The thieves used to plunder prisoners sentenced to death. Thieves would jokingly kill the first cellmate who came their way just to get a new interrogation and trial, and spend the winter in a warm place, or to get out of a hard camp in which they had fallen. So why mention such petty details as stripping the clothes or shoes from someone out in sub-zero temperatures? And why mention stolen rations? No, you'll not get fruit from a stone, nor good from a thief. The theoreticians of Gulag were indignant. The kulaks, in camp, didn't even regard the thieves as real people, thereby, so to speak, betraying their true Bastille colors. But how can you regard them as people if they tear your heart out of your body and suck on it? All their romantic bravado is the bravado of vampires. End of Part 3, Chapter 16. Chapter 17. The Kids. The archipelago had many ugly mugs and many bared fangs. No matter what side you approached it from, there wasn't one you could admire. But perhaps the most abominable of all was that maw that swallowed up the kids. The kids were not at all those bezprizorniki, or waifs in drab tatters who scurried hither and thither, thieving and warming themselves at asphalt cauldrons on the streets, without whom one could not picture the urban life of the 20s. The waifs were taken from the streets, not from their families, into the colonies for the juvenile delinquents. There was one attached to People's Commissariat of Education as early as 1920, into workhouses for juveniles, which existed from 1921 to 1930 and had bars, bolts, and jailers, so that in the outworn bourgeois terminology they could have been called prisons, and also into the labor communes of the OGPU from 1924 on. They had been orphaned by the Civil War, by its famine, by social disorganization, the execution of their parents, or the death of the latter at the front. And at that time, justice really did try to return these children to the mainstream of life, removing them from their street apprenticeship as thieves. But where did the young offenders come from? They came from Article 12 of the Criminal Code of 1926, which permitted children from the age of 12 to be sentenced for theft, assault, mutilation, and murder. Article 58 offenses were also included under this heading. But they had to be given moderate sentences, not the whole works, like adults. Here was the first crawl hole into the archipelago for the future kids, but it was not yet a wide gate. We are not going to omit one interesting statistic. In 1927, prisoners aged 16, they didn't count the younger ones, to 24 represented 48% of all prisoners. What this amounts to is that nearly half the entire archipelago in 1927 consisted of youths whom the October Revolution had caught between the ages of 6 and 14. 10 years after the victorious revolution, these same girls and boys turned up in prison and constituted half the prison population. This jibes poorly with the struggle against the vestiges of the bourgeois consciousness, which we inherited from the old society, but figures are figures. They demonstrate that the archipelago never was short of young people. But the question of how young was decided in 1935. In that year, the great evildoer once more left his thumbprint on history's submissive clay. Among such deeds as the destruction of Leningrad and the destruction of his own party, he did not overlook the children whom he loved so well, whose best friend he was, and with whom he therefore had his photograph taken. Seeing no other way to bridle those insidious mischief-makers, those washerwomen's brats, who were overrunning the country in thicker and thicker swarms and growing more and more brazen in their violations of socialist legality, he invented a gift for them. These children, from 12 years of age, by this time his beloved daughter was approaching that borderline, and he could see that age tangibly before his eyes, should be sentenced to the whole works in the code, including capital punishment as well. Illiterates that we were, we scrutinized decrees very little at the time. More and more we gazed at the portraits of Stalin with a black-haired little girl in his arms. Even less did the 12-year-olds read the decrees. And the decrees kept coming out, one after another. On December 10th, 1940, the sentencing of juveniles from the age of 12 for putting various objects on railroad tracks. This was training young diversionists. On May 31st, 1941, it was decreed that for all other varieties of crime not included in Article 12, juveniles were to be given full sentences from the age of 14 on. But here a small obstacle arose. The war of the fatherland began. But the law is the law, and on July 7th, 1941, 4 days after Stalin's panicky speech in the days when the German tanks were driving toward Leningrad, Smolensk, and Kiev, one more decree of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet was issued, and it is difficult now to say in what respect it is more interesting for us today, in its unwavering academic character, showing what important questions were being decided by the government in those flaming days, or in its actual contents. The situation was that the prosecutor of the USSR, Vyshinsky, had complained to the Supreme Soviet about the Supreme Court, which means His Graciousness had heard about the matter, because the courts were applying the decree of 1935 incorrectly, and these brats were being sentenced only when they had intentionally committed crimes. But this was impermissible softness, and so right in the heat of the war, the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet elucidated. This interpretation does not correspond to the text of the law. It introduces limitations not provided for by the law, and in agreement with the prosecutor, the Presidium issued a clarification to the Supreme Court. Children must be sentenced and the full measure of punishment applied. In other words, the whole works, even in cases where crimes were committed not intentionally, but as a result of carelessness. Now that is something. Perhaps in all the world history, no one has yet approached such a radical solution of the problem of children. From 12 years on for carelessness, up to and including execution. And that is when all the escape holes were shut off to the greedy mice. That is when, finally, all the collective farm ears of grain were saved, and now the granaries were going to be filled to overflowing and life would flourish, and children who had been bad from birth would be set on the long path of correction. And none of the party prosecutors with children the same age shuddered. They found no problem in stamping the arrest warrants, and none of the party judges shuddered either. With bright eyes they sentenced little children to 3, 5, 8, and 10 years in general camps. And for shearing sheaves, these tykes got not less than 8 years. And for a pocketful of potatoes, 1 pocketful of potatoes in a child's trousers, they also got 8 years. Cucumbers did not have so high a value put on them. For a dozen cucumbers, Sasha Blokhin got 5 years. And the hungry 14-year-old girl, Lida, in the Chungurlo district center of Kustanai province, walked down the street, picking up, mixed with the dust, a narrow train of grain spilled from a truck, doomed to go to waste in any case. For this she was sentenced to only 3 years, because of the alleviating circumstances that she had not taken socialist property directly from the field or from the barn. And perhaps what also inclined the judges to be less harsh was that in that same year of 1948, there had been a clarification of the Supreme Court to the effect that children need not be tried for theft, which had the character of childish mischief, such as the petty theft of apples in an orchard. By analogy, the court drew the conclusion here that it was possible to be just a wee bit less harsh. But the conclusion we draw is that from 1935 to 1948, children were sentenced for taking apples. And a great many were sentenced for running away from the factory apprenticeship training. True, they only got 6 months for that. In camp, they were jokingly called death row prisoners. But joke or no joke, here is a scene with some such death row prisoners in a Far Eastern camp. They were assigned to dump the shit from latrines. There was a cart with 2 enormous wheels and an enormous barrel on it, full of stinking sludge. The death row prisoners were hitched up, with many of them in the shafts and others pushing from the sides and from behind. The barrel kept swaying and splashing them. And the crimson-cheeked bitches in their twill suits roared with laughter as they urged the children on with clubs. And on the prisoner transport ship from Vladivostok to Sakhalin in 1949, the bitches used these children at knife point for carnal enjoyment. So even 6 months was sometimes enough, too. And it was then that 12-year-olds crossed the thresholds of the adult prison cells, were equated with adults as citizens possessing full rights, equated by virtue of the most savage prison terms, equated, in their whole unconscious life, by bread rations, bowls of gruel, their places on the sleeping shelves. That is when that old term of communist re-education, minors, somehow lost its significance, when the outlines of its meaning faded, became unclear, and Gulag itself gave birth to the ringing and impudent word, kids. And with a proud and bitter intonation, these bitter citizens began to use this term to describe themselves. Not yet citizens of the country, but already citizens of the archipelago. So early and so strangely did their adulthood begin, with this step across the prison threshold. And upon the 12- and 14-year-old heads burst a lifestyle that was too much for brave men who were experienced and mature. But the young people, by the laws of their young life, were not about to be flattened by this lifestyle, but instead grew into it and adapted to it. Just as new languages and new customs are learned without difficulty in childhood, so the juveniles adopted, on the run, both the language of the archipelago, which was that of the thieves, and the philosophy of the archipelago. And whose philosophy was that? From this life they took for themselves all its most inhuman essence, all its poisonous rotten juice, and as readily as if it had been this liquid, and not milk, that they had sucked from their mothers' breasts in infancy. And as readily as it had been this liquid, and not milk, that they had sucked from their mothers' breasts in infancy. They grew into camp life so swiftly, not in weeks even, but in days, as if they were not in the least surprised by it, as if that life were not completely new to them, but a natural continuation of their free life of yesterday. Even out in freedom they hadn't grown up in linens and velvets. It had not been the children of secure and powerful parents who had gone out to clip stalks of grain, filled their pockets with potatoes, been late at the factory gate, or run away from factory apprenticeship training. The kids were the children of workers. Out in freedom they had understood very well that life was built upon injustice. But out there things had not been laid out stark and bare to the last extremity. Some of it was dressed up in decent clothing, some of it softened by a mother's kind word. In the archipelago, the kids saw the world as it is seen by quadrupeds. Only might makes right. Only the beast of prey has the right to live. That is how we, too, in our adult years, saw the archipelago. But we were capable of counterposing to it all of our experience, our thoughts, our ideals, and everything that we had read to that very day. Children accepted the archipelago with a divine impressionability of childhood, and in a few days children became beasts there, and the worst kind of beasts, with no ethical concepts whatever. The kid masters the truth. If other teeth are weaker than your own, then tear the piece away from them. It belongs to you. There were two basic methods of maintaining kids in the archipelago. In separate children's colonies, principally the younger kids, not yet 15, and in mixed category camps, most often with invalids and women, the senior kids. Both were equally successful in developing animal viciousness, and neither rescued the kids from being educated in the spirit of the thieves' ideals. Take Yura Yermolov. He reports that when he was only 12 years old, in 1942, he saw a great deal of fraud, thievery, and speculation going on around him, and arrived at the following judgment about life. The only people who do not steal and deceive are those who are afraid to. As for me, I don't want to be afraid of anything, which means that I, too, will steal and deceive and live well. And yet for a time his life somehow developed differently. He became fascinated by the shining examples of whose spirit he was taught in school. However, having got a taste of the beloved father at the age of 14, he wrote a leaflet. "Down with Stalin! Hail Lenin!" They caught him on that one, beat him up, gave him 5810, and imprisoned him with the kids and thieves. And Yura Yermolov quickly mastered the thieves' law. The spirit of his existence spiraled upwards steeply, and at the age of 14 he had executed his negation of a negation. He had returned to the concept of thievery as the highest and best of all existence. And what did he see in the children's colony? There was even more injustice than in freedom. The chiefs and the jailers lived off the state, shielded by the correctional system. Part of the kids' ration went from the kitchen into the bellies of the instructors. The kids were beaten with boots, kept in fear so that they would be silent and obedient. The simplest reply to the overpowering injustices was to create injustices oneself. This was the easiest conclusion, and it would now become the rule of life of the kids for a long time to come, or even forever. But here is what's interesting. In giving the cruel world battle, the kids didn't battle against one another. They didn't look on each other as enemies. They entered this struggle as a collective, a united group. Was this a budding socialism? The indoctrination of the instructors? Oh, come on. Cut the cackle, big mouths. This is a descent into the law of thieves. After all, the thieves are united. After all, the thieves have their own discipline and their own ringleaders. And the juveniles were the apprentices of the thieves. They were mastering the precepts of their elders. No one could avoid being cooked up in that mash. No boy could remain a separate individual. He would be trampled, torn apart, ostracized, if he did not immediately declare himself a thieves' apprentice. And all of them took that inevitable oath. Reader, put your own children in that place. Who was the enemy of the kids in the children's colonies? The jailers and the instructors. The struggle was against them. Say they were marching a column of kids under armed guard through a city, and it seems even shameful to guard the children so strictly. Far from it, they had worked out a plan, a whistle, and all who wanted to scattered in different directions. And what were the guards to do? Shoot? At whom? At children? And so their prison terms came to an end. In one fell swoop, 150 years ran away from the state. You don't enjoy looking silly? Then don't arrest children. Here is one of their boastful stories about themselves, which, knowing the typical pattern of the kids' actions, I fully believe. Some excited and frightened children ran to the nurse of a children's colony and summoned her to help one of their comrades who was seriously ill. Forgetting caution, she quickly accompanied them to their big cell for 40. And as soon as she was inside, the whole anthill went into action. Some of them barricaded the door and kept watch. Dozens of hands tore everything off her, all the clothes she had on, and toppled her over. And then some sat on her hands and on her legs, and then, everyone doing what they could and where, they raped her, kissed her, bit her. It was against orders to shoot them, and no one could rescue her until they themselves let her go, profaned and weeping. In general, of course, interest in the female body begins early among boys, and in the kids' cells it was intensely heated up by colorful stories and boasting, and they never let a chance go by to let off steam. Here is an episode. In broad daylight, in full view of everyone, 4 kids were sitting in the compound of Krivoshkakovo Camp No. 1, talking with a girl called Lyuba from the bookbinding shop. She retorted sharply to something they had said. The boys leaped up, grabbed her legs, and lifted them in the air. She was in a defenseless position. While she supported herself on the ground with her hands, her skirt fell over her head. The boys held her that way and caressed her with their free hands. And then they let her down, and not roughly either. Did she slap them? Did she run away from them? Not at all. She sat down just as before and continued the argument. These were 16-year-old kids, and it was an adult camp with mixed categories. It was the same one that had the women's barracks for 500, where all the copulation took place without curtains and which the kids used to enter importantly like men. In the children's colonies, the kids worked for 4 hours and then were supposed to be in school for 4. But all that schooling was a fake. When transferred to an adult camp, they had a 10-hour workday, except that their work norms were reduced, while their ration norms were the same as adults. They were transferred at the age of 16, but their undernourishment and improper development in camp and before camp endowed them at that age with the appearance of small, frail children. Their height was stunted, as were their minds and their interests. After the children's colony, their situation changed drastically. No longer did they get the children's ration which so tempted the jailers, and therefore the latter ceased to be their principal enemy. Some old men appeared in their lives on whom they could try their strength. Women appeared on whom they could try their maturity. Some real-live thieves appeared, fat-faced camp stormtroopers, who willingly undertook their guidance both in world outlook and in training in thievery. To learn from them was tempting, and not to learn from them was impossible. For a free reader, does the word thief perhaps sound like a reproach? In that case, he has understood nothing. This word is pronounced in the underworld in the same way that the word knight was pronounced among the nobility, and with greater esteem, and not loudly but softly like a sacred word. To become a worthy thief someday was the kid's dream. On one occasion at the Ivanovo transit prison, I spent the night in a cell for kids. In the next bunk to me was a thin boy just over 15, called Slava, I think. It appeared to me that he was going through the whole kid ritual somehow unwillingly, as if he were growing out of it or was weary of it. I thought to myself, this boy has not perished and is more intelligent, and he will soon move away from the others, and we had a chat. The boy came from Kiev. One of his parents had died, and the other had abandoned him. Before the war, at the age of 9, Slava began to steal. He also stole when our army came. And after the war, and with a sad, thoughtful smile, which was so old for 15, he explained to me that in the future, too, he intended to live only by thievery. You know, he explained to me very reasonably, that as a worker you can earn only bread and water, and my childhood was so bad that I want to live well. What did you do during the German occupation? I asked, trying to fill in the 2 years he had bypassed without describing them, the 2 years of the occupation of Kiev. He shook his head. Under the Germans I worked. What do you think? That I could have gone on stealing under the Germans? They shot you on the spot for that. Here, as recounted by A. Y. Susi, are several pictures from Krivoshekovo penalty, Camp No. 2 of Novosiblag. Life was lived in enormous half-dark dugouts, for 500 each, which had been dug into the earth to a depth of 5 feet. The chiefs did not interfere with the life inside the compound. No slogans and no lectures. The thieves and kids held sway. Almost no one was taken out to work. Rations were correspondingly meager. On the other hand, there was a surplus of time. One day they were bringing a bread box from the bread-cutting room under the guard of brigade members. The kids started a fake fight in front of the box itself, started shoving one another, and tipped the box over. The brigade members hurled themselves on the bread ration to pick it up from the ground. Out of 20 rations, they managed to save only 14. The fighting kids were nowhere to be seen. The mess hall at this camp was a plank lean-to, not adequate for the Siberian winter. The gruel and the bread ration had to be carried about 150 yards in the cold from the kitchen to the dugout. For the elderly invalids, this was a dangerous and difficult operation. They pushed their bread ration far down inside their shirt and gripped their mess tin with freezing hands. But suddenly, with diabolical speed, 2 or 3 kids would attack from the side. They knocked one old man to the ground. 6 hands frisked him all over, and they made off like a whirlwind. His bread ration had been pilfered, his gruel spilled, his empty mess tin lay there on the ground, and the old man struggled to get to his knees. And other Zeks saw this and hastily bypassed the dangerous spot, hurrying to carry their own bread rations to the dugout. And the weaker their victim, the more merciless were the kids. They openly tore the bread ration from the hands of a very weak old man. The old man wept and implored them to give it back to him. "I am dying of starvation." "So you're going to kick the bucket soon anyway. What's the difference?" And the kids once decided to attack the invalids in the cold, empty building in front of the kitchen where there was always a mob of people. The gang would hurl their victim to the ground, sit on his hands, his legs, and his head, search his pockets, take his makorka and his money, and then disappear. It was enough for a careless free worker to go into the camp compound with a dog and turn his head for 1 second, and he could buy his dog's pelt that very same evening outside the camp compound. The dog would have been coaxed away, knifed, skinned, and cooked, all in a trice. Their ears simply didn't admit anything that they themselves didn't need. If irritated old men started to grab them and pull them up short, the kids would hurl heavy objects at them. The kids found amusement in just about anything. They would grab the field shirt off an elderly invalid and play keep-away, forcing him to run back and forth just as if he were their own age. Does he become angry and leave? Then he will never see it again. They will have sold it outside the compound for a smoke, and they will even come up to him afterward innocently. "Papasha, give us a light." "Oh, come on now, don't be angry. Why did you leave? Why didn't you stay and catch it?" For adults, fathers and grandfathers, these boisterous games of the kids in the crowded conditions of camp would cause more anguish and be more hurtful than their robbing and their rapacious greed. It proved to be one of the most sensitive forms of humiliation for an elderly person, to be made equal with a young whippersnapper, if only it were equal, but not to be turned over to the tyranny of the whippersnappers. That is how small, stubborn fascists were trained by the joint action of Stalinist legislation, a Gulag education, and the leaven of the thieves. It was impossible to invent a better method of brutalizing children. It was quite impossible to find a quicker, stronger way of implanting all the vices of camp in tiny, immature hearts. Even when it would have cost nothing to soften the heart of a child, the camp bosses didn't permit it. This was not the goal of their training. At Krivoshikovo Camp No. 1, a boy asked to be transferred so that he could be with his father in Camp No. 2. This was not permitted. After all, the rules required families be broken up. And the boy had to hide in a barrel to get from one camp to the other and lived there with his father in secret. And in their confusion, they assumed he had escaped and used a stick with spikes made of nails to poke about in the latrine pits to see whether or not he had drowned there. Stalin's immortal laws on kids existed for 20 years, until the decree of April 24, 1954, which relaxed them slightly, releasing those kids who had served more than 1/3 of their first term. And what if they were 14? 20 years, 20 harvests, and 20 different age groups had been maimed with crime and depravity. So who dares cast a shadow on the memory of our great Coryphaeus? There were nimble children who managed to catch Article 58 very early in life. For example, Jelly Pavlov got it at 12. From 1943 to 1949, he was imprisoned in the colony in Zakhovsk. For Article 58, in fact, no minimum age existed. That is what they said, even in public lectures on jurisprudence. As, for example, in Tallinn in 1945, Dr. Usma knew a 6-year-old boy imprisoned in a colony under 58. But that, evidently, is the record. And where, if not at this chapter, are we going to mention the children orphaned by the arrest of their parents? The children of the women of the religious commune near Kosta were fortunate. When their mothers were sent off to Solovki in 1929, the children were soft-heartedly left in their own homes and on their own farms. The children looked after the orchards and vegetable gardens themselves, milked their goats, assiduously studied at school, and sent their school grades to their parents on Solovki, together with assurances that they were prepared to suffer for God as their mothers had. And of course, the party soon gave them this opportunity. Considering the instructions to disunite exiled children and their parents, how many of these kids must there have been even back in the 20s? And who will ever tell us of their fate? Even a superficial glance reveals one characteristic. The children, too, were destined for imprisonment. They, too, in their turn, would be sent off to the promised land of the archipelago, sometimes even at the same time as their parents. Take the 8th grader Nina Perugud. In November 1941, they came to arrest her father. There was a search. Suddenly Nina remembered that inside the stove lay a crumpled but not yet burned humorous rhyme, and it might have just stayed there, but out of nervousness Nina decided to tear it up at once. She reached into the firebox, and the dozing policeman grabbed her, and this horrible sacrilege in a schoolgirl's handwriting was revealed to the eyes of the Chekists. The stars in heaven are shining down, and their light falls on the dew. Smolensk is already lost and gone, and we're going to lose Moscow too. And she expressed the desire. We only wish they'd bomb the school. We're awfully tired of studies. Naturally, these full-grown men engaged in saving their motherland deep in the rear in Tambov. These knights with hot hearts and clean hands had to scotch such a mortal danger. Nina was arrested. Confiscated for her interrogation were her diaries from the 6th grade and a counter-revolutionary photograph, a snapshot of the destroyed Vaverenskaya church. "What did your father talk about?" cried the knights with their hot hearts. Nina only sobbed. They sentenced her to 5 years of imprisonment and 3 years deprivation of civil rights, even though she couldn't lose them since she didn't yet have them. In camp, of course, she was separated from her father. Oh, you corrupters of young souls, how prosperously are you living out your lives? You are never going to have to stand up somewhere, blushing and tongue-tied, and confess what slops you poured over souls. But Zoya Lasheva managed to outdo her whole family, and here is how. Her father, her mother, her grandfather, her grandmother, and her elder adolescent brothers had all been scattered to distant camps because of their faith in God. But Zoya was a mere 10 years old. They took her to an orphanage in Ivanovo province, and there she declared she would never remove the cross from around her neck, the cross which her mother had hung there when she said farewell, and she tied the knot of the cord tighter so they would not be able to remove it when she was asleep. The struggle went on for a long time. Zoya became enraged. "You can strangle me and then take it off a corpse." Then she was sent to an orphanage for retarded children, because she would not submit to their training. And in that orphanage were the dregs, a category of kids worse than anything described in this chapter. The struggle for the cross went on and on. Zoya stood her ground. Even here she refused to learn to steal or to curse. A mother as sacred as mine must never have a daughter who is a criminal. I would rather be a political, like my whole family. And she became a political. And the more her instructors and the radio praised Stalin, the more clearly she saw him and the culprit responsible for all their misfortunes. and, refusing to give in to the criminals, she now began to win them over to her views. In the courtyard stood one of those mass-produced plaster statues of Stalin, and mocking and indecent graffiti began to appear on it. Kids love sport. The important thing is to point them in the right direction. The administration kept repainting the statue, kept watch over it, and reported the situation to the MGB. And the graffiti kept on appearing, and the kids kept on laughing. Finally, one morning, they found that the statue's head had been knocked off and turned upside down, and inside it were feces. This was a terrorist act. The MGB came and began, in accordance with all their rules, their interrogations and threats. "Turn over the gang of terrorists to us, otherwise we are going to shoot the lot of you for terrorism." And there would have been nothing remarkable if they had. So what? 150 children shot. If he himself had known about it, he would himself have given the order. It's not known whether the kids would have stood up to them or given in, but Zoya Leshkeva declared, "I did it all myself. What else is the head of that papa good for?" And she was tried, and she was sentenced to the supreme measure, no joke. But because of the intolerable humanitarianism of the 1950 law on the restoration of capital punishment, the execution of a 14-year-old was forbidden, and therefore they gave her a termer. It's surprising it wasn't 25. Up to the age of 18, she was in ordinary camps, and from the age of 18 on, she was in special camps. For her directness and her language, she got a second camp sentence, and it seems, a third one as well. Zoya's parents had already been freed, and her brothers too, but Zoya languished on in camp. Long live our tolerance of religion, long live our children, the masters of communism, and let any country speak up that can say it has loved its children as we have ours. End of Part 3, Chapter 17. Chapter 18, The Muses in Gulag. This chapter recounts the attempts of the Gulag's Cultural and Educational Section, the KVCL, to re-educate Zeks, which included organizing such groups as propagandists, artists, sculptors, poets, and actors. End of Part 3, Chapter 18. Part 3, Chapter 19, The Zeks as a Nation. An ethnographical essay by Fan Finch. This chapter is a grimly ironic tour de force, a mock-serious anthropological treatise which describes the Zeks as though they were a separate race. End of Part 3, Chapter 19. Chapter 20, The Dog's Service. The title of this chapter was not intended as an intentionally scathing insult, but it is our duty to uphold the camp tradition. If you think about it, they themselves chose this lot. Their service is the same as that of guard dogs, and their service is connected with dogs. And there exists a special statute on service with dogs, and there are whole officers' committees which monitor the work of an individual dog, fostering a good viciousness in the dog. And if the maintenance of one pup for a year costs the people 11,000 pre-Khrushchev rubles, police dogs are fed better than prisoners, then the maintenance of each officer must cost even more. And then throughout this book we have also had the difficulty of knowing what to call them in general. The administration, the chiefs, are too generalized and relate to freedom as well, to the whole life of the country, and they are shipworn terms anyway. The bosses, likewise. The camp managers. But this is a circumlocution that only demonstrates our impotence. Should they be named straightforwardly in accordance with camp tradition? That would seem crude, profane. It would be fully in the spirit of the language to call them legerchiki, camp keepers. And it expresses an exact and unique sense, those who manage and govern the camps. And that is what this chapter is about, the camp keepers, and the prison keepers with them. We could begin with the generals, and it would be a marvelous thing to do. But we don't have any material. It was quite impossible for us, worms and slaves, to learn about them and to see them close up. and when we did see them, we were dazzled by the glitter of gold braid and couldn't make anything out. So we really know nothing at all about the chiefs of Gulag who followed one another in turn, those Tsars of the archipelago. In this chapter, we are going to cover those from colonel down. Our limitation is this: when you are confined in prison or in camp, the personality of the prison keepers interests you only to the extent that it helps you evade their threats and exploit their weaknesses. As far as anything else is concerned, you couldn't care less. They are unworthy of your attention. And then later, too late, you suddenly realize that you didn't observe them closely enough. Without even discussing the question of talent, can a person become a jailer in prison or camp if he is capable of the very least kind of useful activity? Let us ask, on the whole, can a camp keeper be a good human being? What system of moral selection does life arrange for them? The first selection takes place on assignment to the MVD armies, MVD schools, or MVD courses. Every man with the slightest speck of spiritual training, with a minimally circumspect conscience, or capacity to distinguish good from evil, is instinctively going to back out and use every available means to avoid joining this dark legion. But let us concede that he did not succeed in backing out. A second selection comes during the training and the first service assignment, when the bosses themselves take a close look and eliminate all those who manifest laxity, kindness, instead of strong will and firmness, cruelty and mercilessness. And then a third selection takes place over a period of many years. All those who had not visualized where and into what they were getting themselves now come to understand and are horrified. To be constantly a weapon of violence, a constant participant in evil. Not everyone can bring himself to this, and certainly not right off. You see, you are trampling on others' lives, and inside yourself something tightens and bursts. You can't go on this way any longer. And although it is belated, men can still begin to fight their way out, report themselves ill, get disability certificates, accept lower pay, take off their shoulder boards, anything just to get out, get out, get out. Does that mean the rest of them have got used to it? Yes. The rest of them have got used to it, and their life already seems normal to them, and useful too, of course, and even honorable. And some didn't have to get used to it, they had been that way from the start. Thanks to this process of selection, one can conclude that the percentage of the merciless and cruel among the camp keepers is much higher than in a random sample of the population. And more notably a person serves in the organs, the more likely it becomes that he is a scoundrel. Do a similarity of paths in life and a similarity of situations give rise to a similarity in characters? As a general thing, it doesn't. For people with strong minds and spirits of their own, it does not. They have their own solutions, their own special traits, and they could be very surprising. But among the camp keepers who have passed through a severe negative selection process, both in morality and mentality, the similarity is astonishing, and we can, in all likelihood, describe without difficulty their basic, universal characteristics. Arrogance. The camp chief lives on a separate island, flimsily connected with a remote external power, and on this island he is without qualification the first. No limits are set to his power, and it admits to no mistakes. Every person complaining is always proven wrong, repressed. He has the best house on the island, the best means of transportation. The camp keepers immediately below him in rank are also raised extremely high, and since their whole preceding life has not given birth to any spark of critical capacity inside them, it is impossible for them to see themselves as other than a special race of born rulers. Out of the fact that no one is capable of resisting them, they draw the conclusion that they rule very wisely, that this is their talent, organizational. Every day each ordinary event permits them visibly to observe their superiority. People rise before them, stand at attention, bow. At their summons, people do not just approach, but run up to them. On their orders, people do not simply leave, but run out. Stupidity always follows on the heels of smugness. Deified alive, each knows everything inside out, and doesn't need to read or learn, and no one can tell him anything worth pausing over. If Kudlady, the chief of one of the Unts Vim work parties, decided that 100% fulfillment of state work norms was not 100% at all, and that instead what had to be fulfilled was his own daily norm, taken out of his head, and that otherwise he would put everyone on a penalty ration, there was no way to get to him to change his mind. So having fulfilled 100%, they all got penalty rations. In Kudlady's office there were whole piles of volumes of Lenin. He summoned V.G. Vlasov and unctuously informed him. Lenin writes what attitude one must take toward parasites. He understood parasites to mean prisoners who had fulfilled the work norm by only 100%, and he understood by the term proletariat himself. These two things fitted into their heads simultaneously. Here is my estate, and I am a proletarian. But the old serf-owning gentry were incomparably better educated. Many of them had studied in St. Petersburg, and some of them even in Göttingen. From them, after all, came the Aksakovs, the Radachevs, the Turgenevs. But no one ever emerged from our MVD men, and no one ever will. Autocracy, auto-tyranny. In this respect, the camp-keepers were fully the equals of the very worst of the serf-owners of the 18th and 19th centuries. Innumerable are the examples of senseless orders, the sole purpose of which was to demonstrate their power, and the further into Siberia and the north they were, the truer this was. A sense of possessing a patrimonial estate was typical of all camp chiefs. They perceived their camp not as a part of some state system, but as a patrimonial estate entrusted them indivisibly for as long as they occupied their positions. Hence came all the tyranny over lives, over personalities, and hence also came the bragging among themselves. The chief of one of the Kenjir camps said, "I've got a professor working in the baths." But the chief of another camp, Captain Stadnikov, put him down with, "And in my camp I've got an academician barracks orderly who carries out latrine barrels." Greed and money grubbing. Among the camp keepers this was the most widespread trait of all. Not everyone was stupid, and not everyone was a petty tyrant, but every last one engaged in attempting to enrich himself from the free labor of the zeks and from state property, whether he was the chief in that camp or one of his aides. Neither I nor any one of my friends could recollect any disinterested camp keeper, nor have any of the zeks who have been corresponding with me ever named one. In their greed to grab as much as possible, none of their multitudinous legitimate monetary advantages and privileges could satisfy them. Neither high pay, with double and triple bonuses for work in the Arctic, in remote areas, for dangerous work, nor prize money, provided management executives of camp by Article 79 of the Corrective Labor Code of 1933, that same code that did not hinder them from establishing a 12-hour workday without any Sundays for the prisoners, nor the exceptionally advantageous calculation of their seniority. In the north, where half the archipelago was located, 1 year of work counted as 2, and the total required for military personnel to earn a pension was 20 years. Thus an MVD officer, on completing MVD school at age 20, could retire on a full pension and go to live at Sochi at 32. It was not enough for the camp bosses that both they and their families were clothed and shod by the camp craftsmen. It was not enough for them that they had their own furniture manufactured there, as well as all other kinds of household supplies. It was not enough for them that their pigs were fattened by the camp kitchen. It was too little. They were distinguished from the old serf owners because their power was not for a lifetime and not hereditary. And because of this difference, the serf owners did not have to steal from themselves. But the camp keepers had their heads occupied with one thing: how to steal something from their own enterprise. And what happened when they laid hands on American gifts, collected by people in the United States for the Soviet people? According to T. Segovio's description, in 1943 in Ust-Nera, the chief of the camp, Colonel Nagorny, the head of the political section, Golulin, the chief of the integer administrative section, Baikov, and the chief of the geological section, Rakovsky, together with their wives, personally opened the boxes containing the gifts, picking what they wanted and fighting over the spoils. What they did not take for themselves they distributed as premiums to the camp employees. As late as 1948, the chief's orderlies were selling on the black market what remained of the gifts from the United States. Lasciviousness. This was not true of each and every one of them, of course, and it was closely tied with individual physiology. But the situation of camp chief and the absoluteness of his rights allowed harem inclinations full sway. The chief of the Burlapoem camp, Greenberg, had each comely young woman brought to him immediately on arrival, and what other choice did she have except death? In Kakmaz, the camp chief Podlesny enjoyed nighttime roundups in the women's barracks, of the same sort we have already seen in Kovrino. He himself personally pulled the blankets off the women. Malice, cruelty. There was no curb, either practical or moral, to restrain these traits. Unlimited power in the hands of limited people always leads to cruelty, and we cite here all this similarity in vices to those of the serf owners not merely for eloquent argument. This similarity, alas, demonstrates that the nature of our compatriots has not changed in the slightest in 200 years. Given as much power as that, and there will be all the same vices. They are still going about among us today. They may well turn out to be next to us in a train, though not in anything less than a first-class compartment, or in a plane. An oaken cruelty is etched into their faces, and they always have a gloomy, dissatisfied expression. It would seem as if everything was going well in their lives, but there is that expression of dissatisfaction. Perhaps they have the feeling they are missing out on something better, or perhaps God has marked them out infallibly for all their evil doings. In 1962, I traveled through Siberia on a train for the first time as a free man, and it just had to happen. In my compartment there was a young MVD man. I pretended to be a sympathetic idiot, and he told me how they went through probationary work in contemporary camps, and how impotent, feelingless, and hopeless the prisoners were. On his face there had not yet set in that constant, permanent cruelty, but he had triumphantly showed me a photo of the third graduating class at Tavda, in which there were not only boys, but also veteran camp keepers finishing up their education, in training dogs, in criminal investigation, in camp management, and in Marxism-Leninism. More for the sake of their pensions than for the sake of their service. And even though I had been around, nonetheless, I exclaimed. Their blackness of heart stands out on their faces. How adroitly they pick them out from all humanity. But I feel that my tale is becoming monotonous. Does it seem that I am repeating myself? Or is it that we have already read about this here, there, and elsewhere? I hear objections. Yes, there were such individual facts, but for the most part under Beria. Why don't you just give me some of the bright examples? Just describe some of the good ones for us. Show us our dearly beloved fathers. But no, let those who saw them show them. I didn't see them. I have already deduced the generalized judgment that a camp keeper could not be a decent person. Either he had to change direction or they got rid of him. The camp custodial staff was considered the junior command staff of the MVD. These were the Gulag non-coms, and that was the kind of assignment they had, to worry the prey and not let go. They were on the same Gulag ladder, only lower. Year by year they coarsened in the service, and you couldn't observe them in the least cloudlet of pity toward the soaked, freezing, hungry, tired, and dying prisoners. And they could vent their malice and display cruelty. They encountered no barriers. The jailers willingly copied their officers in their conduct, and in character traits too. But they didn't have that gold on their shoulder boards, and their greatcoats were dirtyish, and they went everywhere on foot. They were not allowed prisoner servants, and they dug in their own gardens, and looked after their own farm animals. Well, of course, they did manage to haul off a zek to their places for a half day now and then, to chop wood, to wash floors. This they could do, but not on a lavish scale. At work, you could make the zek do a small task for you, solder, cook, hammer, or sharpen something. Anything larger than a stool you'd not always manage to carry out. This limitation on thievery deeply affronted the jailers, especially their wives, and because of this there was much bitterness against the chiefs. Because of this, life seemed very unjust, and within the jailer's breast there stirred not so much sensitive heartstrings as a sense of unfulfillment, an emptiness echoing a human groan. And sometimes the lower-ranking jailers were capable of talking sympathetically with the zeks. Not so often, but not at all that rarely either. In any case, among both prison and camp jailers, it was possible to find human beings. Every prisoner encountered more than one in his career. In an officer, it was virtually impossible. This, properly speaking, was the universal law of the inverse ratio between social position and humaneness. Self-guarding constitutes a special area in the history of the camp guard. Back, indeed, in the first post-revolutionary years, it was proclaimed that self-watch was a duty of Soviet prisoners. We will not affirm that this was a special, diabolical plan for the moral disintegration of the people. As always in the half-century of our most recent modern history, a lofty, bright theory and creeping moral vileness somehow got naturally interwoven, and were easily transformed into one another. But from the stories of the old zeks, it has become known that the prisoner-trusty guards were cruel to their own brothers, strove to curry favor and hold on to their dogs' duties, and sometimes settled old accounts with a bullet on the spot. And this has also been noted in our literature on jurisprudence. In many cases, those who were deprived of freedom carried out their duties of guarding the colonies and maintaining order better than the staff jailers. And so tell me, what bad is there that one cannot teach a nation, or people, or all humanity? End of Part 3, Chapter 20. Part 3, Chapter 1, Campsite. Like a piece of rotten meat, which not only stinks right on its own surface, but also surrounds itself with a stinking molecular cloud of stink, so, too, each island of the archipelago created and supported a zone of stink around itself. This zone, more extensive than the archipelago itself, was the intermediate transmission zone between the small zone of each individual island and the big zone, the big camp compound, comprising the entire country. Everything of the most infectious nature in the archipelago, in human relations, morals, views, and language, in compliance with the universal law of osmosis in plant and animal tissue, seeped first into this transmission zone and then dispersed through the entire country. It was right here in the transmission zone that those elements of camp ideology and culture worthy of entering into the nationwide culture underwent trial and selection. And when camp expressions ring in the corridors of the new building of the Moscow State University, or when an independent woman in the camp delivers a verdict wholly out from camp in the essence of life, don't be surprised, it got there via the transmission zone, via campsite. Thus it is that the archipelago takes its vengeance on the Soviet Union for its creation. Thus it is that no cruelty whatsoever passes by without impact. Thus it is that we always pay dearly for chasing after what is cheap. To give a list of these places, these hick towns, these settlements, would be almost the same as recapitulating the geography of the entire archipelago. Sometimes entire districts were infected and belonged to the world of campsite. And when a camp was injected into the body of a big city, even Moscow itself, campsite also existed. Who lived in campsite? 1. The basic indigenous local inhabitants. There might be none. 2. The VOKHR, the militarized camp guards. 3. The camp officers and their families. 4. The jailers and their families. And jailers, as distinct from camp guards, always lived with their families, even when they were listed as on military service. 5. Former zeks, released from the local camp or one nearby. 6. Various restricted persons, half-repressed people, people with unclean passports. 7. The Works Administration. These were highly placed people and constituted in all only a few people in a big settlement. 8. Then, too, there were the free employees proper, and all the tramps and riffraff, all kinds of strays and good-for-nothings and seekers after easy money. After all, in these remote death traps, you could work 3 times as poorly as in the metropolis and get 4 times the wages, with bonuses for the Arctic, for remoteness and for hardship, and you could also steal the work of the prisoners. And in addition, many flocked there under recruitment programs and on contract, receiving moving and traveling expenses as well. For those able to pan the gold out of the worksheets, Campside was a real Klondike. People swarmed there with forged diplomas, adventurers, rascals, and money-grabbers poured in. But there was also quite a different category among the free employees, the elderly, who had already lived in Campside for whole decades and had become so assimilated to its atmosphere that they no longer needed some other sweeter world. If their camp shut down, or if the administration stopped paying them what they demanded, they left. But invariably they would move to some other such zone near a camp. They knew no other light. They knew no other way to live. End of Part 3, Chapter 21. Part 3, Chapter 22. We Are Building. After everything that has been said about the camps, the question simply bursts out. That's enough! But was the prisoners' labor profitable to the state? And if it was not profitable, then was it worthwhile undertaking the whole archipelago? In the camps themselves, both points of view on this were to be found among the Zeks, and we used to love to argue about it. Of course, if one believed the leaders, there was nothing to argue about. On the subject of the use of the prisoners' labor, Comrade Molotov, once the second-ranking man in the state, declared at the 6th Congress of the Soviets of the USSR, "We did this earlier, we are doing it now, and we are going to go on doing it in the future. It is profitable to society. It is useful to the criminals." Not profitable to the state, note that, but to society itself, and useful to the criminals. And we will go on doing it in the future. So what is there to argue about? Yes, the entire system of the Stalin decades, when first the construction projects were planned, and only afterward the recruitment of criminals to man them took place, confirms that the government evidently had no doubt of the economic profitability of the camps. Economics went before justice. But it is quite evident that the question posed needs to be made more precise and to be split into parts. Did the camps justify themselves in a political and social sense? Did they justify themselves economically? Did they pay for themselves? Despite the apparent similarity of the second and third questions, there is a difference. It is not difficult to answer the first question. For Stalin's purpose, the camps were a wonderful place into which he could herd millions as a form of intimidation, and so it appears that they justified themselves politically. The camps were also profitable in lucre to an enormous social stratum, the countless number of camp officers. They gave them military service, safely in the rear, special rations, pay, uniforms, apartments, and a position in society. Likewise, they sheltered throngs of jailers and hard-head guards who dozed atop camp towers, while 13-year-old boys were driven into trade schools. And all these parasites upheld the archipelago with all their strength, as a nest of serf exploitation. They feared a universal amnesty like the plague. But we have already understood that by no means only those with different ideas, by no means only those who had gotten off the trodden path marked out by Stalin, were in the camps. The recruitment into camps obviously and clearly exceeded political needs, exceeded the needs of terror. It was proportionate, although perhaps in Stalin's head alone, to economic plans. Yes, and had not the camps, and exile, arisen out of the crisis unemployment of the 20s? From 1930 on, it was not that the digging of canals was invented for dozing camps, but that camps were urgently scraped together for the envisioned canals. It was not that the number of genuine criminals, or even doubtful persons, which determined the intensity of the court's activities, but the requisitions of the economic establishment. At the beginning of the Belomor Canal, there was an immediate shortage of Solovetsky Island Zeks, and it became clear that 3 years was too short and too unprofitable a sentence for the 58s, that they had to serve out 2 5-year plans taken together. The reason why the camps proved economically profitable had been foreseen as far back as Thomas More, the great-grandfather of socialism, in his Utopia. The labor of the Zeks was needed for degrading and particularly heavy work, which no one under socialism would wish to perform, for work in remote and primitive localities where it would not be possible to construct housing, schools, hospitals, and stores for many years to come, for work with pick and spade in the flowering of the 20th century, for the erection of great construction projects of socialism when the economic means for them did not yet exist. On the great Belomor Canal, even an automobile was a rarity. Everything was created, as they say in camp, with fart power. On the even larger Moscow-Volga Canal, 7 times bigger in scale of work than the Belomor Canal and comparable to the Panama Canal and Suez Canal, 80 miles of canal were dug to a depth of over 16 feet and a top width of 280 feet, and almost all of it with pick, shovel, and wheelbarrow. The future bottom of the Rybinsk Sea was covered with forest expanses. All of them were cut down by hand, and nary an electric saw was seen there, and the branches and the brushwood were burned by total invalids. Who, except prisoners, would have worked at logging 10 hours a day, in addition to marching 4 miles through the woods in pre-dawn darkness, and the same distance back at night, in a temperature of -20, and knowing in a year no other rest days than May 1st and November 7th. Vogelag, 1937. And who other than the archipelago natives would have grubbed out stumps in the winter, or hauled on their backs the boxes of mined ore in the open goldfields of the Kolyma, or have dragged cut timber a half-mile from the Cohen River, a tributary of the Vime, through deep snow on finished timber sledge runners, harnessed up in pairs in a horse collar, the collar bows upholstered with tatters of rotten clothing to make them softer and the horse collar worn over one's shoulder. True, the authorized journalist Y. Zhukov assures us that the Komsomols built the city of Komsomolsk on the Amur in 1932. Thus, they cut down trees without axes, having no smithies, got no bread, and died from scurvy. And he is delighted. Oh, how heroically we built, and would it not be more to the point to be indignant? Who was it, hating their own people, who sent them to build in such conditions? And how was it, then, that the camps were economically unprofitable? Read in The Dead Road by Paboji that description of how they disembarked from and unloaded the lighters on the Taz River, that Arctic Iliad of the Stalinist epoch, how in the savage tundra, where human foot had never trod, the ant-like prisoners, guarded by an ant-like convoy, dragged thousands of shipped-in logs on their backs, and built wharves, and laid down rails, and rolled onto that tundra locomotives and freight cars which were fated never to leave there under their own power. They slept 5 hours a day on the bare ground, surrounded by signboards saying, "Camp Compound." And he describes further how the prisoners laid a telephone line through the tundra. They lived in lean-tos made of branches and moss. The mosquitoes devoured their unprotected bodies. Their clothing never dried out from the swamp mud, still less their footgear. The route had been surveyed hit or miss and poorly laid out, and was doomed to be redrawn. And there was no timber nearby for poles, and they had to go off to either side on 2- and 3-day expeditions in order to drag in poles from out there. There was, unfortunately, no other Paboji to tell how before the war another railroad was built, from Kotlas to Vorkuta, where beneath each tie 2 heads were left. Now, who would have done that without prisoners? And how on earth could the camps not be profitable? The question of the camps paying for themselves was, however, a different question. The state's saliva had been flowing over this for a long time, so they wanted to have their little camps, and free, too. From 1929, all the corrective labor institutions of the country were included in the economic plan. But no matter how they huffed and puffed and broke all their nails on the crags, no matter how they corrected the plan fulfillment sheets 20 times over and wore them down to holes in the paper, the archipelago did not pay its own way, and it never will. The income from it would never equal the expenses, and our young workers and peasants' state, subsequently the elderly state of all the people, is forced to haul this filthy, bloody bag along its back. And here's why. The first and principal cause was the lack of conscientiousness of the prisoners, the negligence of those stupid slaves. Not only couldn't you expect any socialist self-sacrifice of them, but they didn't even manifest simple capitalist diligence. All they were on the lookout for was ways to spoil their footgear and not go out to work. How to wreck a crane, to buckle a wheel, to break a spade, to sink a pail, anything for a pretext to sit down and smoke. All that the camp inmates made for their own dear state was openly and blatantly botched. You could break the bricks they made with your bare hands. The paint would peel off the panels, the plaster would fall off, the posts would fall down, tables rock, legs fall out, handles come off. Carelessness and mistakes were everywhere, and it could happen that you had to tear off a roof already nailed in, redig the ditch they had filled in, demolish with a crowbar and drill a wall they had already built. In the 50s, they brought a new Swedish turbine to Steplag. It came in a frame made of logs like a hut. It was winter, and it was cold, and so the cursed Zeks crawled into this frame between the beams and the turbine and started a bonfire to get warm. The silver soldering on the blades melted, and they threw the turbine out. It cost 3,700,000 rubles. Now that's being self-supporting for you. And in the presence of the Zeks, and this was a second reason, the free employees didn't care either, as though they were working not for themselves but for some stranger or other, and they stole a lot. They stole a great, great deal. They were building an apartment building, and the free employees stole several bathtubs, but the tubs had been supplied to match the number of apartments, so how could they hand over the apartment building as completed? They could not confess to the construction superintendent, of course. He was triumphantly showing the official acceptance committee around the first stair landing, yes, and he did not want to omit to take them into every bathroom, too, and show them each tub. And then he took the committee to the second-floor landing, and the third, not hurrying there either, and kept going into all the bathrooms, and meanwhile the adroit and experienced Zeks, under the leadership of an experienced foreman plumber, broke bathtubs out of the apartments on the first landing, hauled them upstairs on tiptoe to the 4th floor, and hurriedly installed and puttied them in before the committee's arrival. This ought to be shown in a film comedy, but they wouldn't allow it. There is nothing funny in our life. Everything funny takes place in the West. The third cause was the Zeks' lack of independence, their inability to live without jailers. Without a camp administration, without guards, without a camp perimeter complete with watchtowers, without a planning and production section, a records and classification section, a security operations section, a cultural and educational section, and without higher camp administrations right up to the Gulag itself, without censorship, and without penalty isolators, without strict regimen brigades, without trustees, without stockroom clerks and warehouses, their inability to move around without convoy and dogs, and so the state had to maintain at least one custodian for each working native, and every custodian had a family. Well and good that it was so, but what were all these custodians to live on? And there were some bright engineers who pointed out a fourth reason as well. That, so they claimed, the necessity of setting up a perimeter fence at every step, of strengthening the convoy, of allotting the supplementary convoy interfered with the engineers' technical maneuverability as, for example, during the disembarkation on the River Taz, and because of this, so they claimed, everything was done late and cost more. But this was already an objective reason. This was a pretext. Summon them to the party bureau, give them a good scolding, and the cause will disappear. Let them break their heads. They'll find a solution. And then, beyond all these reasons, there were the natural and fully condonable miscalculations of the leadership itself. As Comrade Lenin said, only the person who does nothing makes no mistakes. For example, no matter how earth-moving work was planned, rarely did it take place in the summer, but always for some reason in the autumn and winter, in mud and in freezing weather. Or at the Zarishi Spring in the Sturmovoi goldfields, the Kolyma, in March 1938, they sent out 500 people to drive prospecting shafts to a depth of 25 to 30 feet in the permafrost. They completed them. Half the Zeks kicked the bucket. It was time to start blasting, but they changed their minds. The metal content was low. They abandoned it. In May, the prospecting shafts thawed. All the work was lost. And 2 years later, again in March, in the Kolyma frosts, they had another brainstorm to drive prospecting shafts in the very same place. Urgently. Don't spare lives. Well, that's what superfluous expenditures are. Or, on the Sakona River near the settlement of Opoki, the prisoners hauled earth and built a dam, and the spring freshets carried it away immediately. And that was that. Gone. Or, for example, the Talaga logging operation of the Archangel administration was given a plan to produce furniture, but the authorities forgot to assign supplies of lumber which to make the furniture. But a plan is a plan, and has to be fulfilled. Talaga had sent out special brigades to fish driftwood out of the river, logs which had fallen behind the timber rafting. There was not enough. Then, in hit-and-run raids, they began to break up whole rafts and carry them off. But, after all, those rafts belonged to someone else in the plan, and now they wouldn't have enough. And also it was quite impossible for Talaga to write up worksheets to pay for those bold young fellows who had grabbed the timber. After all, it was thievery. So that's what self-support is. Well, of course, these small mistakes are inevitable in any work. No leader is immune to them. What about the railroad from Salikhard to Agarka? Hundreds of kilometers of dikes had been laid across the swamps. By the time Stalin died, only 300 additional kilometers were needed to join both ends. That, too, was abandoned. But then one quails to say whose mistake that was. It was, after all, his own. Due to all these causes, not only does the archipelago not pay its own way, but the nation has to pay dearly for the additional satisfaction of having it. End of Part 3.